Good morning, good morning, good morning. Or maybe I should say, hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Today is day 12. It is, I don't know why I can't talk because it's day 12. It is Thursday, May 8th, and we are in the retrial of Karen Read, 12 days in. And I have to wonder if the jury is starting to ask themselves, why don't we know what happened to John O'Keefe? Yesterday, we spent the majority of the day talking about Jen McCabe's cell phone search. And then at the end of the day, we saw a clip of Karen Read saying essentially, Jen, either I'm going down or you are. So does the jury interpret that as, oh, wow, the defense might be pushing this on Jen? Or does the jury sit there and go, do we need to think more about Jen? Because so much of the testimony has circled back to Jen McCabe's name. Jen said this, Jen told them this, Jen Googled that. And yesterday I said, are we ever going to get a time of when they think these Google searches happened? And yesterday we got when the Commonwealth thinks those Google searches happened. And what we saw from the Commonwealth's expert was a chart really quickly that went through the how auto search population or the autofill population, how to digest food. And then we saw the how TI die in cold or how long TI. And then we saw the house long. And she said those happened between 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. We know that that will be taken issue with by the defense expert, but we are just not there yet. But they did put times to those at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning yesterday. And we have, I'm sure, a full day of court. They started a bit earlier this morning, so it seemed like there was no sidebar conversations that were extended. So since the court is on time and, you know, I'm on Emily time, we should just get into it. Lawnards, thank you for all the birthday wishes yesterday. You were the best. Replay crew, remember everything's timestamped down below. And if you do not want to miss live court with us, which I know you don't because you've made this the #1 place to watch trials for every trial I have covered, Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com. It's free. It lets you know. It keeps you in the loop. And there are witnesses that you're like, just wake me up when we get to cross. Just wake me up when we get to cross-examination. Don't worry, we will. We will. We'll let you know when we get to cross. I know that there's times that's all you guys want to see. It's fine, especially if you've watched the trial before. It's like, I know what they're going to say in direct. Direct doesn't generally go off the rails. I mean, unless you ask like questions that make the witness 404 and she's like, that's an invalid question. Can you ask me better? But other than that, we know that the questions in direct generally don't go off the rails. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I have a very active window full of cats and a freshly made cappuccino. And I just put lotion on my hand. So now my coffee mug is like slipping. It's going to be a great day. We're not slipping. Coffee, maybe. As long as it doesn't end up in the lap, we're fine. So, Lawnards, are you ready? Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. Like, if you are the jury, are you just sitting there going, do we know what happened to John O'Keefe yet? Do we know? Like, do we know? Holly, it is. It is. It is. I love the fun sleeves. Yes, it is. It's like mildly overcast today, so I feel like it's maybe one of the last days I'm going to get to. Look, it's May. This is one of the last time that I'm not going to be able to drink the air just by opening my mouth. So we're going to take it. Let's get to our hear ye's and let's get to court. We've got to be getting close. We've got to be getting close. The Commonwealth said 3.5 weeks. We have got to be getting close to medical and accident reconstruction. We have to be. We have to be. We can't spend this whole case talking about Jen McCabe's phone. I don't know if they're going to call any other civilians. Are they going to get through this case without calling anyone that lived at 34 Fairview? I don't see how they can. But man, awesome. Thank you. It'll be weird if they try to.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannone, Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk.
Norfolk.
Here, give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Norfolk.
Good morning, Council.
Things that
Good
make
morning,
Emily go,
Ms. Reed.
fuck, constantly. Same three questions, jurors.
The earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody being ready.
Same three questions, jurors.
I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from?
Anyone on the witness list can be called by the defense if the Commonwealth doesn't call them. Yes, they can.
Everyone
It just
said yes
changes
affirmatively.
the
Also able
way
to
that the
follow my
case
instructions and refrain from
goes in order.
independent research and
But yes, they
investigation
can.
into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or?
All right, three questions.
Since we left it? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Bukhenik.
Oh, Lawnards. I wish I had the Here We Go soundtrack. Oh, look, here we go.
Do it.
I need a preemptive goat scream. I need the let's ride. Like, oh, look at the bin. He's got a blue bin of bags of evidence. This is probably going to take all day. Hold on to your butts and buckle up. It's Trooper B. I like the suit. Oh, buddy, this is going to be a full day of court, isn't
Mr.
it?
Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Trooper B got a haircut.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Can you please tell us how much you are anticipating cross-examination and whether or not you think that that's going to be an enjoyable experience? For those of you new to the trial, this is Trooper B. Yep.
Jury and spell your last name
Yep.
for the record.
My name is Yuri Bukhenik. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
They said it was going to be a
Mr. Bukhenik,
long
Where do you
day.
work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
Still? Yes,
What is your
still.
role
Actually,
with the
still.
Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
Norfolk.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with
yeah.
the Norfolk County District Attorney's
This
Office.
will be an Alan Jackson cross.
Where were you born?
This is
I was
Proctor's
born
partner.
in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9.
I mean, I'm glad you emigrated to the United States when you were 9 years old. I really think that, because this is completely different than the way that Lally questioned witnesses, I really think that giving a little bit more background is Brennan's attempt to kind of humanize the troopers. Like, these are people just like you. This is what they're doing. This is where he's coming from. This is what his experience is. I would imagine he loves being here. He takes this seriously. So getting to humanize the witnesses a little bit. Did Lally do any of this? No. Did Lally spend way too much time? And how many minutes did you spend in the academy? Yes.
10 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Just like you,
Through high
ladies and
school?
gentlemen of the jury, just
Yes.
like you.
Tell us what you did
Living the
after high
American
school.
dream.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why'd you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
Already the objection. Yeah, and the court told him to move along. It was
My
after
friends and I
9/11.
decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
Did you immediately
I did.
yell
Did
hoorah?
you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you
Chat, you
engage
guys
in
are
any
funny.
special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With
It's
that
hoorah for the Marines.
clearance,
It's not
we
hoorah.
read into
I don't know.
SCI program, which is a neat
The
to know
Marines are the branch I know
basis
the
type
least. My family was all Navy.
situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
I didn't ask about crayons.
When were you discharged from the Marines? What year?
The chat did.
2006.
Honorably
chat did.
discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I
I mean, dude
had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted
he's like,
to
I
serve
kept the
my
Marine
community
haircut.
here in
Gonna be a
Massachusetts.
Marine. I appreciate your
So
service.
I left California.
I don't appreciate your work with
and,
Trooper Proctor.
Came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from
Oh, I like the blue suit
VA
too, Chad.
to
I agree.
Massachusetts
I dig the
State
suit.
Police?
Look,
What
man.
year?
I actually
We can go through this journey with the jury. The jury's going to be like, okay, you were a Marine. You were on, Military Force One. You did presidential duty. You did all of this stuff. You have the experience. By the end of his testimony, will the jury think, so maybe we should have done a few things differently or not? We will see. But again, we appreciate the work that he did. Kimberly, no apologize. No, don't apologize. Kimberly said, I apologize. No, don't apologize. I don't mind being corrected. It does not bother me at all. There are things I do not know. There are things that I do know, but there are plenty of things that I do not know. I do not mind at all. It is the branch of the military I'm least familiar with, but outside of internet memes, which is, we appreciate the Marines. But this will have the jury sitting there going, okay, that's interesting. You joined the Marines, you wanted to serve your country, you went into military police, you stayed in military police, you went into hospital police, and then you went into policing. So it gets into his background being beyond just law enforcement. And while the jury might be like, okay, by the end, we'll see. We'll see.
transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
Tony.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May
that what Marine
of
stands for?
2015.
Okay, I'm done.
And have
I'm
you been
done.
in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
Oh, cops being former military is
I want to
incredibly
ask you
common.
about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police.
And they generally
How many
get,
different troopers?
you can generally get your retirement from the federal government if you have a military retirement, and then from state or locality. So if Trooper B, well, this is not California, it's Massachusetts, and they're structured differently. But in California, if you retire from the military, you could retire from the military, work for like a state level agency and retire and get a state retirement, and then work for a county level agency and get a county retirement. There is a whole way to just stack those up. And it is something that I was like, damn, y'all planned this well. I'm going to just let him run through background
Or
training and
in the
experience.
homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions,
non-hospital,
accidental industrial accidents,
suicides,
obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Sir,
Have you
really?
been to a number of
Sir,
scenes,
it's
a number of
early in the
cases?
morning, and
Yes,
you
I
know what
have.
case we're
Do
here
you
to talk
handle
about.
more than
Really?
one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death is
Do you
notified
handle more
to
than
your
one case
office,
at a time is not going
is
to help
that
this case.
routine, or is it
Can
by
ask
statute?
all about it.
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts,
That's a good question.
in Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths.
Which I hate. I hate the way that
They appoint
is.
designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
I do not like the
You
way that they
mentioned
designate
that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, did you have a preconceived notion whether it's a
Yep,
homicide
Ned,
or not
exactly.
a homicide?
Ned Ludd in the chat said too
When
cozy.
we walk into
Yep.
a call, we take in all the evidence, so
Allison,
we do
I
not
will when
know
we get a little bit of a break.
Exactly what we're going
That's a good
to
question.
have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most
already wanna
likely be a
speed him
case
up.
officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging.
Sir,
They respond.
We don't
and then
need
if
all
they
the
need assistance, or
details.
they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, et cetera.
here's what I appreciate.
Have you ever been assigned?
I really appreciate that Brennan, and I think it's a good strategy for Brennan to cover the way that cases are assigned, because there will be a defense insinuation that they like parachuted and into this case and involved themselves into this case, because I'm sorry for those who are watching the trial for the first time. You've heard some of this before, but there are some conflicts more with Proctor than with Bukhenik. There are some interminglings of the people Proctor and his wife know who are witnesses in this case. And he is Brennan is trying to bring up, look, you have no choice. You have no ability to really insert yourself into a case. You can't just say, ooh, we want this one. We know everyone involved. So he's trying to establish that this was just normal protocol for how it was assigned. And Lally didn't cover it at all last time. So I think it's helpful, because I do think this was normal protocol for how it was assigned. I disagree with Trooper Proctor saying as the lead investigator on the case once he learned who was involved, or who was, whose house the scene was. But it is very smart to break that down. All right. I'm going to put him at 1.25 because they're going through background training
A
experience.
homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned,
'Cause it is
do you investigate the case alone?
Slow.
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort.
And he did that again. So do you investigate the case? No, it's a team effort. It is a group project where everyone gets an F.
Amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties,
Team
interviewing
effort.
the suspect. All those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
Already
If
asked
you
them.
were the case officer, would you have other resources
Green Ferry,
you would
it's
use
fair.
to help
We'll
with the
text
investigation? Other
when they get
units
to
in the
cross
Massachusetts State
as
Police
well.
or local police?
We'll message in the
Yes,
app.
typically we partner up with the local police detectives, and when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to.
What? It's way early. Unfortunately, people could get fired. Unfortunately, we work as a team. Are you laying the groundwork for Trooper Proctor not testifying? I just put this at 1.25. There's the big F word. There's the big F word in court this morning.
Hanging.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. I backed up too
They
far.
respond, and then if they need assistance or they crime scene services, which
Signed
There we
a
go.
homicide or a homicide investigation?
I needed to hear that again.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so
You collect surveillance footage? I was unaware.
every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or
Other
local police?
resources.
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives, and when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews
Since
or
when?
collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a
Did Alan Jackson just shit his pants in court that he said in 5 sentences of getting on the stand, unfortunately, they could get fired? Or did he go full Ben Chu and go, yeah? They might not call Proctor. They might. But it's not even related to the question. That's why I backed it up. That's not even related to the question. He was asked about manpower, and he said, unfortunately, people can get fired or be unavailable.
common practice that when there is an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper, and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
So sometimes you interview
Let's
people by
talk
yourself.
about
Got it.
the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
Oh no,
On the day-
a lot of you in the chat asked, was he asked, and Diana, you are one of numerous chatters who have asked, was he asked to squeeze that in? No, if you're the DA, you prefer that he doesn't until asked directly about it later. No, he would have not been asked to just like, nope. The DA it wasn't even relevant to the question. That's him. That is not oh, well, if you could just say, nope.
Day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes, before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes, every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about...
Chad, I'm not saying that they're not going to call Proctor. I'm just wondering if they're laying the groundwork. I think not calling Proctor would be an error. Let's see if we get to the end of the day and I think differently. But yes, if the Commonwealth doesn't call him, the defense can. But we'll get into that at the end of the day. It's just interesting the way he said, unfortunately, get fired.
This call or this case?
In a unique fashion,
Proctor
this
should be
call
available
actually
to
came
testify.
from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact
So you called
Canton
Proctor.
PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case
And he was
manager,
like, I'm not
or
on
did you get
call.
involved personally?
I'm not on
I
call.
called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in a snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank.
Okay, can you
in Canton,
stick to the facts
and
so we can
that
like
they were
speed you up just
requesting
a
our
little
assistance
bit?
as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
Oh no, we're
At
not
this
going to be able
point,
to.
where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself
area?
to get dressed,
Wandering around and
shovel
taking
out,
pocket
and
money?
respond to Canton.
Lord.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At
These are
this point in time, I was not, but
good
I
questions.
thought that it would be
From Brennan.
prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr.
That's
Proctor?
fair.
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50,
Really?
and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15
Why?
in the morning.
Oh, never mind.
Did you know the address where the...
Canton had already handled the scene a bit. It makes sense that they would meet there to get a handoff from those that were at Canton, because at this point reports wouldn't be written. I mean, if they were ever going to be, they wouldn't be done yet because it was still a dynamic situation. So they would have gotten the information from Canton before rolling out. That makes sense.
the person was found in the snow?
At least something
At that
does.
time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to
Oh,
the
I'm glad he
scene
followed
first?
up with that.
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, it would be, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any.
Let me just translate real quick. Motherfucker, we're not standing out in the snow to have this conversation. It's warm at Canton PD. There's a blizzard. We can park our cars and buddy up and be in one vehicle. We're not standing out in the snow to get this information. We are not going to be outside. It's warm inside. It's warmer inside.
Evidence if it was available, and the police department
It's warm,
safety and security of that would have been the best location.
like
for
a warm blanket.
You mentioned
Safety
that you
and security.
arrived at the
It's
Canton Police
it's
Department
cozy.
around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we
Mr. Proctor, Mr. Proctor, Mr. Proctor, Mr. Proctor. I mean, the defense is going to call him former Trooper Proctor. Mr. Proctor, Mr. Proctor. I mean, the fact that the Commonwealth isn't saying fucking Proctor at this point is restrained.
met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers
It's
while you were
notable,
there?
Mr. Proctor, isn't it?
We received, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were
I was blocking his hand.
provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown
What you say?
A brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing a what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation?
What time
you had
was
shared
this?
with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning, we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role?
He
at
said
this point in the
loose
case,
familial
your
connection
involvement?
to 34 Fairview.
It
I'm
did
with you
not
guys
change
on
my
that.
involvement,
Chad, it's-
but it did bring up a concern of
There- I mean-
manpower.
Yes, Chad, I'm with you. Canton PD's best detective is brothers with the homeowner at 34 Fairview. I don't think it is a loose familial I'm with you. I'm with you.
Are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue. Timing's always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become
I don't know if any amount of
more
manpower would help
prominent
the decisions made
given
in
there
this
was
case,
no
but
local
okay.
detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target
Questioning.
at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form.
Right. Everyone should be ruled in until they're ruled out. Everyone that is connected.
Statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following
It spoke to him.
3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because, based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember
Fair.
who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long, or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Not
we
Carrie.
got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
It's a little
Your
easier
role
if
is
there's
not
like
to make a diagnosis.
bullet
is it?
holes or stab
it's not.
wounds.
Is this
So, this was not
information
that.
and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
I do appreciate that
Do you
Brennan's questions are
ultimately
easier to
get
follow.
to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived,
I mean, there were
we
plows out.
walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
When you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also
At
met
the hospital?
us at the hospital for that purpose.
Okay.
So there were other members of the team that were there to
I didn't know that.
photograph
Yes,
Mr.
Or I didn't
O'Keefe
remember
and
that.
some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the crime scene services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
Y'all, I see all of your questions about why they are not referring to John O'Keefe as officer. In the last trial and in this trial, there is an order from the court, particularly with regard to law enforcement, that they are not to come in uniform. They are not to come in with their badges on. They are not to do anything to really bolster their credibility or give an undue perception of force. And so there are rules around it. And the court may have also had rules around reference to John O'Keefe by job title. The witnesses that they call in, they are calling by their job title when they are coming in for their job. So they are only referring to people by job title when they're testifying by job. They're referring to Proctor as Mr. Proctor because he's been terminated and he is no longer a trooper. And it would be misleading at this point to call him Trooper Proctor instead of Mr. Proctor. So at that point, they are likely doing it because of the court. It goes back and forth, but I don't think that they are intending to be disrespectful. I think it is part of not trying to create an issue where there doesn't need to be an issue. But the jury knows that Officer O'Keefe is a law enforcement officer and was at the time he passed, but they are going to keep referring to him as Mr. in this case, even though it feels, I don't know, it feels undue. But when people are coming into court to testify, their job is much more relevant than when they are talking about the victim in this case, especially because they have not charged this particularly. This is not a death in the line of duty. This is not a targeted death because of his job. So they are not going to do that. And the defense might have also asked for that. I do not know that. But there are court orders in this case regarding law enforcement not coming in uniform and badge, etc. So that's why we're here. The only reason they're referring to Trooper Proctor as Mr. is because he has been terminated, and it would be inaccurate.
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was
At the hospital?
seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subject.
Not to medical, not to any.
Yeah, your observations, not your determinations about the observations. That was sustained
Sure.
by the court.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of
That
what
was
you saw.
sustained by the court.
Rather, I want
the court
you to share with
admonished
the
him,
jury what you saw through your view.
and
There was also a
so did the prosecutor.
tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately forearm up to the mid-tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
When we get
You
to the
mentioned that
coroner,
there's
they will
pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look
talk
for
about
any injury?
more of this.
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not
I mean, there wasn't
tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that
No, he
uncommon?
didn't. He said at his feet
No,
on
it's
the bed.
not uncommon at all.
I thought he said on the bed.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment,
they were on
the
the floor.
victim
I thought he said they were
has
on the
their
bed at his
clothing
feet.
removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, you have to touch him and move him.
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are,
Sir!
unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living
What is
through the investigation.
happening?
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
You responded
When you
to a
looked at Mr.
hospital.
O'Keefe's
Stop
clothes, you said
it.
that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
Oh my God.
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check, that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
I'm so buffered on
At that point,
tasting it.
our theory had evolved
What the
to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and
Based on the injuries.
I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in, that the paramedics
look, mister, I've attended a whole lot of vehicle collisions and pedestrian vehicle collisions. Can you describe for me the injuries other than the shoe that you looked at and said, I thought he was hit by a car hard enough to be knocked out of his shoes? What were other than the shoe being missing, what was the rest of it?
Medics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time?
I mean, EMS
12:30,
wasn't
1
exactly
o'clock,
searching for the
to
shoe.
go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence.
Like 34 Fairview? Did you go to 34 Fairview? No. We had to go to every possible location that had potential evidence. Like where he was found?
And prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are
Like where he was found?
prioritizing
Like where he was found?
missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Oh,
Is
Suzanne,
this
I
an
don't disagree
example
with
of the
you.
team
Suzanne said
approach?
old yarners, and yes, you can taste smells. I don't disagree with you that you can. I don't think it was necessary or appropriate testimony when they were responding to a hypothermic situation at the hospital. I don't think it was necessary to get into all of that testimony. I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. I also spent time working in the arson unit. So I do not disagree. I don't think the testimony was needed. I think it was not relevant. And I have no idea, other than to be like, look, I'm a homicide detective, why he would even mention it in this setting. That was my reaction to that. Not that you can't, in fact, but that this is not that scene. What are you doing? It's just, detectives testify so much. I don't know why we're laying it on so thick, is really where I'm at. Just, you did what you did. You saw what you saw. We're laying it in real thick.
The state police at the homicide unit? After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
The issue Jackson is having with the objection is that he said the last person who saw him. That is a fact that the defense is contending heavily. So the issue is the last person we believe saw him, not fact period, but what they thought at the time. We thought that this was the last person that saw him, period. Not it is. So that's the objection from Jackson.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
So that's where we're at.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
And he can ask,
Yes,
why
we
did
had
you choose to
learned
speak
that
to
she
Miss Reed? We
traveled
thought,
to her parents' home.
I mean, it's going to come in that
Dayton.
they thought she was the last person that saw him. That's going to come in.
Did you learn about or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes. With the missing shoe, her stating that did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
Who told you
How
about those
far
statements?
was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan
the answer.
Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes,
Yeah,
we did.
did I
Do you
hit
know what
him?
time
Yep.
you
He said
arrived
it repeatedly,
in Dighton
statements
approximately?
that were
Approximately
questions.
3 p.m.
On your way
He said
down
that
to
repeatedly
Dighton,
that they
did
were
you
questions.
learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations to somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest
Brennan's
in
like,
looking at
nope.
the right rear tail light?
Don't
Yes.
cause more
You know what type of
problems.
vehicle you
We've
were
got
looking
enough.
for.
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally
Also,
arrived.
as an investigating
How did you know
officer,
you were at the right address?
he could testify about so-and-so told me this and therefore I did this. It's not hearsay. I appreciate that Brennan is just like, I don't even want to fight. I don't even want to fight about this. I'm not fighting about it. Just can we move on? But investigating officers can testify because it's not going to hearsay to prove it's true. It's going to explain their actions. So you can get there, but also we've got a long day and a lot more to go.
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
I'm interested to get to the defendant's statements. That's where I want to get to.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way
questioning
down,
is just so
we
much smoother.
contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. And we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before
I do
you
have
got out
leftover
of your
birthday
truck?
cake, but I'm not eating it yet. Later
Yes,
today. Later today.
The home is
We're still on breakfast.
to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
Can
We
we
waited
just, can we
for
just
Dayton
not
PD
get
to
to
arrive.
covered with snow? Like, okay. The questioning from Brennan is just so much smoother, but also just answer what you saw, what you heard, and what you did. Just, can we keep it simple?
To assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
He's being very careful about
At
that.
its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large
Missing.
piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
yes,
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
I wonder if he's
Did you
going to
knock on
show
the
the
door?
photo
Yes, I did.
from the dash
Were you
cam
invited
again.
in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of
Do you
times.
see her in court?
As Miss Reed? Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person
you point her
spoke
out
to
where
that
she's sitting?
morning, can you
Tell me what
point
she's
that
wearing.
person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow-colored metal buttons on it.
Sir, are they gold? Yellow colored metal buttons.
When you walked in, you said, did you
Oy.
say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
Oh,
How
Ashley,
close were you?
I mean the dash cam from the officer that came in a few days ago when they went to One Meadows, not his. I was wondering if they were going to show him that still image from the dash cam from One Meadows to connect that it looked the same in the snow-covered condition. That's what I was referring to. I've in Smolland.
Within
We don't want it in Smolland.
12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
Karina, there are a few
He
of
was.
y'all in the
Were you
chat from
speaking to her at
Denmark.
the same time or interchanging?
Good to see you.
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
The thing is, there's important stuff sprinkled in here, so I'm hesitant to 1.25, the very slow tenor of this testimony, because there is important stuff in here. I wonder if the photo is a dash cam photo. Those are clearly fucking gold buttons, like yellow metal buttons. Like, Emily, you're too salty about it. You're too salty about it. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not. Oh boy. Let's zoom past the sidebar. I'm kind of surprised that he didn't ask this witness to point out Mr. O'Keefe, not Mr. O'Keefe, apologies, Mr. Reed and Mrs. Reed in the courtroom. So it's just, that is a long sidebar. All right.
Counsel,
Mr. Jackson, you want me to?
That was a long sidebar. I love the zoom room. Golden, not gold is fair.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
Oh, we're probably going to get into
I would
text
defer
messages.
to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me
I'm
to
not
give a
asking for one.
humane practice instruction?
What?
Yes.
Yes. All right.
Wait,
So,
what?
Folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed.
Oh, that's
I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination.
The court's going to finish this instruction. I'm just going to note, not all jurisdictions do this. I think it is a very good practice that when you are getting into text messages and now into statements of the defendant, the court gives context for how the jury may consider it, and that they have to determine first whether it was like a voluntary statement, whether it's proper evidence. And they don't do that in every jurisdiction. And she did it multiple times with the text messages, saying before you can consider this, you have to consider if this person texted that and if you find that they texted that. It is really different from other jurisdictions. I think it is very helpful for the jury to have that context right before they hear the evidence instead of waiting till the end. It makes sure that whatever they are thinking of, they also have context or evidentiary context for it. I like it quite a lot. And this judge has been very mindful about that.
At the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented
getting
to you
into
through a
defendant's
witness at
interview.
trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Massachusetts has some of the, some of the jury instructions are wild to me, but some of them are incredibly strongly worded in favor of the presumption of innocence. More strongly worded than I think I've seen in almost any jurisdiction. So let's continue on.
Sir, I want you
Into
to
defendant's
begin
interview.
from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to CF McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After CF McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from CF McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so.
How would they have known that then?
After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. she was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange, but...
Without the commentary.
Brennan's over it.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that...
Brennan is just reining this witness in and is like, no comment. Stop it. What did you see? What did you hear? What did you do? What did she say? I'm not asking you what you thought about it. What did she say?
He had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked
I don't remember
her
this either.
about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Okay.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant?
He's going to
What
ask
process
about
do
it.
you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood.
The reason there's an objection is because this is not at issue at this point. The prosecution wants to get into it more because the jury's going to be like, you did what now? Jurors are sensitive to that. You did what? You did what? You just took it? But this is not a hearing about the admissibility of this evidence. This is not a hearing about whether or not they were improperly seized. That's already been determined. It comes in at trial after those hearings. If it's determined that they were properly seized and then later properly searched, there are motions before trial that happen to keep things out if they're not. That is not what's at issue here. The prosecution wants to get into it because they want the jury to know. And that's why I said, is there a way you have authority to do that? They want to answer it. And then the defense is like, no, this is not the hearing for this. You didn't have a warrant at that time and you seized it. Move on. It'll come back up, I'm sure, in cross.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone
So they seized it
and the vehicle?
pending warrant.
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle. to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it.
If you're going to
from
ask me if
Dighton,
defendant needed to give her key, she didn't have to.
The Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of
But what I'll say is if defendant didn't give her key, they would hear the defendant didn't give her key, but she gave him her key and said, go ahead, they say.
that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon.
And in
on the
cross, they will
29th
ask
of
about her
January,
cooperation.
2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No,
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall.
You're seizing the phone before a warrant comes through because you're worried about preservation of evidence, and then you don't put it in a Faraday bag or put it in airplane mode or do anything else. So are you worried about destruction of evidence, or are you not worried about destruction of evidence? It's an iPhone. Were you worried that she was going to go into iCloud and put it in like lost mode and wipe the whole thing? No? Okay, then you don't need to seize it. How do you...
Seeing that now.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't seize it because you're worried about destruction of evidence and then, like, not secure it so evidence can't be destroyed. What? But again, issues of search and seizure are handled before trial. They are not handled at trial. They are handled well before trial. Those motions come up oftentimes before a preliminary hearing even happens. So that is not an issue for today. That has already been litigated.
Touch it in any place in the
Back this up.
Jurors, I'm going to strike.
I zoomed way too quickly.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
I have no idea what he said, even.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until
Maybe
the
about
vehicle was placed in the
Did
back
Proctor
of the flatbed,
touch it?
did you ever go
Did they
back
touch the car?
near the vehicle
I don't even
and touch
remember
it
at this
in
point.
any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was
Oh,
loading
that
the
they didn't
vehicle,
touch it?
the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
It's in now.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my...
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
Do you think
During
the
that
Mr.
time,
Proctors
had you
are as
made
notable to
arrangements,
the
or did you receive
jury?
any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches
Notable to me.
relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had... had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe
today.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
He asked, do you know?
Begin your travels at
I don't know why she
4:15
sustained that.
p.m. back to the Canton Police Department.
He's one of the lead investigators. Do you know when people arrived back is a fair question, because it's either yes, I know, or no, I don't know. And then you can get into it. As one of the lead investigators on the case, he would have that information. She's been sustaining a lot of Jackson's objections today. I wonder if some of Brennan's shenanigans. She's like, I don't trust where this is going. We're gonna keep a tight rein on it, because the court is keeping a tight rein on this testimony today.
Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted.
We don't want to be cold when we have to do things. We've already established that. He has another answer, I'm sure. We don't want to be cold. I mean, it's also not wrong.
A heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be Crime Scene Services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the Crime Scene Services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and
once you get a warrant,
the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
So you say.
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing, rather than use we.
We is a problem.
Be very specific about what you did and
what
saw.
you did, what you saw, what you heard.
What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sally Port area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow? Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sally Port?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
Did you ever see him touch it? The answer would be I did not see him.
Did
No,
you
I
ever
did.
see Michael
did not
Proctor
see.
touch that vehicle while you were in the Sally Port area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sally Port area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of my
enough.
memory.
After you left the Sally Port area, where did you go?
Did he say
We left the
551?
I apologize.
Part of the problem is that he keeps saying we, not him. He can't testify to what Proctor did. He can testify to what he did and what he saw. He is used to testifying, we did this, we did that. It's very clear he's used to testifying like that. He should know better, and Jackson is not going to let it slide. Jackson is not going to let an inch of what Proctor did come in through this witness in a way that's inappropriate, because the defense is going to do everything they can to push the Commonwealth to put Proctor on the stand. Because I think it is a better serve for the defense if the Commonwealth calls Proctor. And Jackson's not wrong. It should not be we testimony. Not to mention, Brennan spent how many motions going, Your Honor, ARCA's report just says we. How do I know who did anything? And Brennan's questions aren't eliciting we answers. Brennan's questions are actually really specific and precise at this point.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, Sergeant.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some
At
point
points,
he
I'm sure he
walked
did.
away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
Tony.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Casey, I'm
Yes.
going to say
Where did you
that.
go?
Hold on. Trying to grab
Into
Tony's comment.
the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Where
Why
did
did
you
go up to the
go?
conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at
What?
the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned.
So they were using it as an office.
Our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
No.
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
This is new.
In that room, I specifically remember
And chat,
being...
when I say
Detective-
this is new, I just want to clarify what I mean so I am not misunderstood. When I say this is new, please know that I am not implying that this is made up, that this is fabricated, that this is in some way not true. I have not heard this before, and I don't think we heard it last trial. So when I say new information to me. If I think something is being fabricated, made up, or what have you, I will tell you, but new information to us, new testimony that I haven't heard before. So just to be clear,
Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our
Who
homicide
else?
and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's
Who
Office.
else?
Did you discuss
Tully
the
Proctor,
evidence you had to
you.
that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road,
Yes,
did
chat.
you develop
Name
or
'em.
decide any plans to
Name
physically go
'em.
back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes
Damn,
and
that's
other
fair.
gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
Excavate?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat, and at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes.
Snow?
A heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you
The
learn?
jury has not watched more than the briefest snippets of the video at CF McCarthy's in the Waterfall. So they have not seen a lot of John O'Keefe. In the first trial, to me, it was much more obvious what John O'Keefe was wearing because we had watched too much of the video at CF McCarthy's and the Waterfall before we got to this witness.
The area where the search team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry,
Not
can you repeat that, sir?
necessarily.
When you were
obvious.
debriefed, were you informed the area that the search team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
MB in the chat said it's like Canton had never experienced snow before. I know, right? It's like me, my first year at UMass Amherst. And I was like, hey, y'all. I'm a California kid. I spend my life at the beach and on pool decks. And the beach gets, especially in California, can get real fucking cold. So I lived in my warm boots. My warm boots were Ugg boots. You know what they're not?
So do you recognize this?
They're not fucking winter boots. They were my warm beach boots.
Yes, I do.
You know who had never experienced snow before? This girl. A, no traction. B, not waterproof. C, fell on my ass a lot. And then I was like, Mom, I need boots. And she mailed me an LL Bean catalog because that is how old I am.
Following pages.
But I went confidently off to college with my Ugg boots being like, I'll be fine. It'll be great. Wrong.
What is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and
I mean, we know it's Karen Reed's car, but they're proving it.
registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022,
They need to.
bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
I did get
This
the duck
document
boots.
Evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
I did love my boots with the fur. I did get duck boots.
Thank you.
See, it's fair. Vestellana said I wear Ugg boots during Canadian winter. I'm not judging you. I
Part
was
of your
ill-equipped
continued
to walk on ice.
investigation, did you have an opportunity
And I did
to
not grow up
obtain
with it.
documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio
I
recordings?
love Mammoth. It's so
that
beautiful,
were
Karen.
included statements of
I spent
the
a lot of
defendant?
time at Mammoth.
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
There's recordings. Hold on, I just want to back up so everybody can take a minute to appreciate that they do know how to record. It's just selective when they do it.
Documents, evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen
insane.
to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
I wonder what that's going to be.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Somebody get a Ricola.
Dateline
Ricola. Can we get some cough drops parachuted into this courtroom, please? They're getting like the conference cough.
2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox.
Oh. Those statements. Sorry, chat. My apologies for believing that the recorded statements were from law enforcement. My bad. He means the media interviews. Apologies. I had gotten my own hope up. The media, right? The media interviews.
Listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want
YouTube.
to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
I see.
office.
They remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8.
I know that the DA's offices in Massachusetts have a division of law enforcement with them. Do they have an evidence locker at the DA's office?
p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the
There must be.
district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
This is just a different setup for me. I have strong feelings about it. We'll talk about it later. But state police have an office in the DA's office. So the state police work in the offices are in the same area. I'm very curious if they have the same key cards or how it's separate. I have lots of questions, and it's odd to me. And it's surprising to me that they have a temporary evidence area, but it is a state police office in the DA's office. But yes, he is now saying one bag instead of multiple bags. I don't know if they put them, I guess we'll see. If they put them into individual bags and then all into one bag, we'll find out.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was
Notice
in
how he
that
added
secure
secure?
area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them.
Did you do it?
I took a
Did you?
butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed
Didn't
and laid out
Proctor do some of
onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Cross is going to be a day and a half.
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could...
I think the look on his face is that he thinks it's too picky, but on Cross, it's going to be, you didn't touch the clothes and lay them out, did you? Proctor did. It's going to be a lot of back and forth on what did you do, what did he do? And Jackson is going to continue to object over and over and over again every time he says we, as Jackson should. He should object every single time. And he's like, ugh. That's what I'm reading is like, really? I'm sure other defense attorneys don't, but he shouldn't be surprised at this point that Jackson's going to object every time you say we, he is going to object. What did you touch? What did you do? What did Proctor do?
Develop mold and
what
damage
didn't you
any DNA evidence that we could retrieve.
Oh my God.
Scientists could retrieve from...
Because he said we
the
again.
item.
He caught himself that time.
To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
How's long?
Several days.
When did you go back
were
and
they
check?
in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Brennan.
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt,
AJ's going to object
and a
to
pair of
fucking
underwear
heaven and
boxers.
hell when we try to admit
And
these
did you
through
bring
this
those
witness
clothing
only.
items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Yes, he did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Bukhenik?
Yes, I do.
I do like the color of his suit. Like, it's like a royal blue. I'm surprised Jackson hasn't already objected to them bringing in this evidence through this trooper because he didn't book them into evidence. I think they are trying to minimize the things that they have to ask Proctor for. Okay. He did wear the same suit last time. I think I complimented the suit choice last time too, unless he wore it during cross and I was already so annoyed I couldn't. That bag is ripped all the way open on the side.
I'd move this item into evidence.
We don't know what the item is yet. And no objection
Court
from the
permission,
defense.
I'd ask
Okay.
the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Okay, these are the victim's pants. I should note that some courts do not allow the decedent to be referred to as the victim. There's a lot of rules with regard to that. And different jurisdictions will not allow, just like we've talked about why they're calling John O'Keefe Mr. O'Keefe, there are jurisdictions that would not allow John O'Keefe to be referred to as the victim in this case because it can be thought to be prejudicial to the jury, assuming a crime had happened. here the issue isn't whether a crime happened, it's who and how. But there are some jurisdictions that would limit that as well and refer to the person as the decedent. So it doesn't surprise me that we're at calling John O'Keefe Mr. O'Keefe, referring to him not often as the victim, but by name. So the pants that were cut off by EMS are in court.
Thank you.
I know we saw pictures of them last time. I don't know if we saw the actual pants. I don't remember.
May I
You guys
approach,
are
Your
saying
Honor?
they did.
Yes.
Yeah. He's just. Chad, I know you have a lot of question about the pants. Those
Did
are
you
questions
learn
the
during your
defense
conversations
will
with the
ask.
CERT team and other members of the team
Gotta wait.
that
You gotta wait.
a
You gotta wait
sneaker
for the
was
defense to
found
do
at
cross.
34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photograph relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
You all right to move this item into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
And these are all coming in through. AJ has seen
I have
this,
the court's permission.
and the defense has seen this more than I have. So, my relative surprise that they're not objecting. The defense, if they thought it was an issue, would bring it up. I don't think this defense team's missing anything in this case, especially given the number of lawyers that they have, plus law clerks. So, I trust that if there's something to be made a big deal out of, they will make a big deal out of it. And if they trust that this is not something to make a big deal out of, they're not going to make a big deal out of it. Yesterday they showed the other sneaker. This is the sneaker recovered at the hospital. That's a lot of tape because this has gone to the lab and back and forth and a trial and back and forth and court and back and forth. This is the other sneaker.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
What?
Could I have that marked?
What? What?
Is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
I thought the sneaker yesterday was 34 Fairview.
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, what the fuck did you put into evidence yesterday?
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
I backed it
No,
up.
sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
What?
Could I have that marked?
The court's like,
What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from
this is why you need an evidence log. You need an evidence log. I mean, it has a sticker on it from the lab. How do we not know which one it is? It's such a bad look. The defense is probably giggling, but it's such just. What shoe did you bring in yesterday? And how does your evidence bag not know where it's from? And how do you not know that this prosecutor told you to bring in, obviously, all of the clothes from the evidence locker?
34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I definitely would want to approach. Bring the bag. Bring the bag. Did you hear the court say, approach and bring the bag over? Yeah, bring the bag. And I think at this point, you clear the jury and look at the bag from yesterday that the court has and look at the bag from today. And when we thought there were no surprises in a retrial, here we are. Here we are. I'm not going to code red yet because I don't know if it's that this trooper can't read or what. I don't know what's happening. So, I mean, none of us do. So I can't call it fuckery yet until we know more. But, like, you know what they asked you to bring. But also, if the bag says 34 Fairview, then what the fuck was in evidence yesterday? It is code bruh. It really is. Yep. That is the only proper response. Jurors, we're going to take our morning recess. Yep. Yep. Yep, you are. The court is sending the jury out for a morning recess because as we are in the testimony of Trooper Bukhenik, who I call Trooper B so I don't mispronounce his name, Trooper B was clearly asked to bring to court and brought a big blue bin this morning full of evidence bags of victim John O'Keefe's clothes. They brought in his jeans. The next thing they asked was about a shoe that was located at the hospital because Trooper B was at the hospital and collected the clothes from the hospital and then put them in a bag. He said multiple bags, but then he said one bag. So it's unclear to me. Put them in the back of his personal vehicle pickup truck because he said his patrol car would not make it through the snow that day. And we do know that by like 2 p.m. there was quite a lot of snow, more than would track a cat. You'd probably actually lose the cat in the amount of snow they had by that point. Put it in the back of his pickup truck, eventually took it to the evidence at the DA's office, put it on butcher paper. Then Proctor put it into the evidence room. Then he says he got them out of the evidence room and brought them to court. And then, as he is taking the shoe out of the bag, and the DA says, that is the shoe recovered from the hospital. He says, no, that's the shoe recovered from 34 Fairview. The shoe from 34 Fairview was brought into evidence yesterday. And now the jury's on a break because they're all going to have to figure out WTF. And I'm very interested to see what's going to happen here because, well, WTF. Is it an error? Is it something else? Bruh. The chat has asked to go to code bruh, so I think code bruh is where we need to go because... Bruh. And I appreciate Trooper B. He's reading it. He's like, no, that's Fairview. He's reading the evidence bag. It's why you have a chain of custody, so everything is like noted. But what? So we're changing the lights. We're just going to code. We're just going to code fucking bruh at this point. Bruh. And yes, for those of you asking, code bruh, that is my kid's voice. Does it change the white balance? If I look like a Smurf, I don't even care because what the fuck's happening in court? Just... Jurors are like, but we want the tea, Your Honor. This seems wild. Is that a large fuck up? Well, we'll see. I don't know if it's fuckery, but it is a fuck up.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
The jury's going out for a bit. I imagine the lawyers are going to stay put because we need to see what's happening and we need to figure it out.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Bukhenik about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No, no problem at all.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
I want to know where. So the prosecutor, the defense, and Trooper B are going to have a look-see-loo at the evidence bags while the jury is out on break. We have left ourselves enough zoom room that we should be able to figure out what happens next. But no matter what happens next, it's a real bad look in front of the jury. Yesterday, the shoe came in from 34 Fairview, and today, who's being presented as a lead investigator, the supervisor of the lead investigator, is on the stand and is like, that's the one from 34 Fairview. It's a retrial. How the fuck is it What? However, I said a few days ago that one of the things that's hard for the defense in a retrial is that you lose some of those organic moments, like with Katie McLaughlin. Because you know what's coming in a retrial. The witnesses know what's coming. They've had cross-examination before. They know what to expect from these lawyers. And yet, if the defense is focusing on an argument that this investigation is inadequate, doesn't a trooper on the stand going, this is the one from 34 Fairview, sit with the jury going, we saw that yesterday. Like, you can't make it up. So whether it is this trooper saying shit wrong on the stand, it's not going to matter for the defense, because the defense is going to be like, you don't even know where the fuck it came from. You don't know. You didn't book it into evidence. There's no evidence log. You're making a note with a highlight for closing. Remember when Trooper B got on the stand the day after you saw the shoe from Fairview? And the prosecutor, I am sure, went pale. And to Brennan's credit, he didn't say, Trooper, what? He said, can we have it marked as evidence? To his credit. But I don't know if Brennan could have had an oh shit moment more when he's got to be standing there as the prosecutor going, I told you to bring the evidence from the hospital. What the fuck are you doing? How do you not know where it's from? And if there are two bags with two shoes from 34 Fairview, well, that's going to be a real big fucking problem. And a lot of you in the chat are asking, can the defense ask for a mistrial? At this point, would the defense want a mistrial? No. You want to argue to the jury, look at this shit. Because a mistrial just starts this over again. No, the defense doesn't want to ask for that. They don't want to start this over again. They want this jury seeing this shit going on in real time so they can go, anyone believe that this was thorough? Now, a dismissal is a whole different thing, but let's get through the day. Let's get through the day. Let's see what happens next. Let's see what happens next. But no, they're not going to ask for a mistrial. I'm curious to see what they will ask for and how this all gets cleared up, because we're going back to court.
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
The court's not in session.
I don't need to have them.
First of all, the court reporter's jacket is just glorious. Court is not on the record yet because the court reporter is still getting settled.
No, I had brought them downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Did that fall out?
What in the fuck? Hey, Trooper B. What's up? Moonclow said, why are we not at Code Red? Because we don't know what happened yet. We're at Bruh. Like, just, we don't know what happened.
Thank you.
All we know is that he says what's in the bags from 34. I don't know if he misread the bag. I don't know if the other bag was misstated with the other witness. We don't know yet. So until we know, there could be a simple explanation. But even if there is a simple explanation, it still looks like shit in front of the jury. Even if it is a simple misunderstanding, in any other case, there might be grace. There is so much in this case that is off that a jury, by the time we get to the end of this, I don't think a jury is going to be like, oh yeah, he just misread it or somebody misstated it. I don't think that's what's going to happen in this case. One thing, maybe. There's too many things. And whenever there's too many things, there's too many things. The judge was just like, because the judge is keeping notes like I am. I mean, I'm sure her notes are different than mine, but judges keep notes too of what's going on in trial because they're asked to recall things. They're asked to meet real-time objection decisions. They also have to keep their notes of the trial. But for the defense, this is just money in the bank. For the prosecution, this is, how the fuck, guys? How the fuck do you not know what we're doing? This is a second retrial. You came onto the stand with this, like, unfortunately, sometimes people get fired, and you're sitting here with just, I guess we know that Trooper B's not watching other testimony. So there's that. I mean, if that was an honest answer, at least we know he didn't know that the other shoe had already been admitted into evidence. But the defense is just like, you gotta be
Put us back in session, you may be seated.
like, what?
Are you all set?
Oh my
I am,
God.
thank you, Your Honor.
Emily, feed your Snorlax and take a
Yes.
breath. Like, girl, you haven't even eaten the rest of your breakfast yet. 'Cause what?
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Wait, are you grabbing a different bag? Are you grabbing, where are you going? Oh, you're grabbing gloves. I was about to, like, I was just waiting for there to be three at this point, because should I continue to be surprised? I mean, no, but I am. Like, what? Previously, you said,
Is that
ask
the
him.
sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Can you explain how it got cleared up? No, that's the same bag he opened. That's the same bag he opened. He's like, that's the right sneaker. It's the same. And there's no objection from Alan Jackson. They took time over the break for the defense and the prosecution and this witness to talk. So if the defense is satisfied with it and isn't making a big deal out of it, then it's because it's not a big deal. I mean, this defense is going to make a deal out of things that need to be made a deal of. They're not going to miss something. But I think it looks worse not clarifying it in front of the jury. But maybe we'll see what happens on cross, because for the defense, it's like, right, you don't even know what your evidence bags say. Right. For the defense, it's better if it was just him misreading it. But no matter what the explanation is, it looks bad in front of the jury, especially when the argument is going to be this investigation is capital F fucked. It's so bad. The appearance is just so bad, even if the thing is not so bad. But there's no further explanation.
Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Let the court
Okay,
reporter
go
mark
ahead.
it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items
Dude,
with you?
how in the
Yes, sir.
Are
world?
those two of the items that you laid out
How
on
in
books
the-
of paper to dry?
You're
Yes, they are.
talking
They
about the
ultimately-
hospital, and out of your mouth comes 34 Fairview. How in the world do you do that? It's so bad. How long have you been a homicide detective? Brennan must be ready to rip this trooper's face off. Like, I can't. We'll tell stories later. I can't I can't emphasize enough how angry Hank Brennan must be. They know that the defense argument is that this investigation sucks. And the defense is just like, y'all see it happening in real time. Can't make that shit up. God damn.
Bagged and put into evidence?
It's so
Yes, they were.
unprofessional,
Did
sir.
you bring Mr. O'Keefe's
I am
T-shirt?
baffled.
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
And
I would
chat,
move
I'm not going to
The
speculate
T-shirt into evidence.
any more about it
No objection.
because we don't know. Again,
Court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik
the
show it to
attorneys
the
in
jury?
court sorted it out. It got sorted out. The jury doesn't know, which I think is bad for the prosecution that Scotty doesn't know what happened. But I'm not going to speculate more about it because, well, they sorted it. Oh, the shirt's in plastic. Interesting.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper?
That's interesting. When did you do that?
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Yeah, Mr. Brennan. What?
Exhibit 87.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
The shirt we saw last time, it was just picked up, but the shirt has been cut. It's gone out to the lab multiple times. It has biological material on it, so if the jury's going to look at it, it makes sense to protect it. They just didn't do it last time.
And Trooper Bukhenik, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
The court's permission?
Yes.
I saw a couple of you asking about the shirt being bright on the lawn. The shirt was under this hoodie, which is also sealed into plastic.
Could you show the back side, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you.
I don't know when they did that.
Is that a court reporter?
Exhibit 88.
But if the jury's going to take a look at it, it makes sense.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay.
And the defense asked to approach. Just when I think I won't be surprised more. And I am. All right. Because it gets asked every day, can Karen Reed go up to sidebars? Yes, she can. The defense team asked for headphones so she could hear from counsel table, and the court said no, she can come up to sidebar. So she said, bet, I'll go up to sidebar. Which is fair. All right.
Sometimes,
We're going to zoom. I want to hear what the court has to say.
jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Bukhenik, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
They had to mock it into evidence. We? You.
Met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to.
Also, I'm undoing code bruh. Hopefully one day we find out more, but it might have just been an error. The jury's going to have that evidence bag, by the way. They can read what's written on it. I'm sure it'll come up in cross. I wish we had answers. We don't. Emily, is it hard to move
go
on?
back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the
You hadn't
weather
started
get better
yet?
over the next couple days?
Y'all hadn't started writing search warrants yet.
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures. Yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there,
8:30,
did you travel with
9:30?
anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was
Emily, what time do you start stream? 8:30, 9:30?
other members of
Okay.
my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
He said crime scene
It was
services.
Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
Who?
Trooper Evan
Brent?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
Oh, that's why we didn't hear his
What
name
type
before.
of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels,
No
garden
comments, Emily.
shovels.
No
I
comments.
brought a like an E-tool, military-style E-tool.
What?
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look
No snowblower?
for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole,
Thank you, Chad.
fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you
Chad has helped with an e-tool, not like an e-girl, a foldable shovel. With some sharing more description than other about the foldable shovel, but a tranche shovel. I don't know if that's going to help for excavating for evidence, but that's what he brought.
you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the
So there we go. Thanks, Chad.
concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
I mean, I would think they would want something flat.
The street was plowed, but
and wide
portions of the street still
take off
had
levels of
remnants
snow.
of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us where it was found? So it is February
check a
3rd,
couple questions before you
2022
open that.
at
If somebody
5:35.
identified an object that they believed to be evidence, what was the process to handling it?
On this day, we identified evidence, the process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would a person bagging them use
Bagged,
any
tagged.
type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the,
You said bagged individually. So was each individual bag not sealed?
the office. It would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the
Signed,
pertinent information
sealed,
on the
delivered?
back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Oh, the worst scissors in the world at the court. Well, that looks individually sealed, unless there's mini bags within the bag. Are there mini bags
Before you
within the
take the
bag?
pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
A,
Do you recognize them?
a number of you are asking about the bags being ripped. The reason I'm not losing my mind about the bags being ripped is because these evidence, I'm more concerned about it not getting sealed originally. These evidence bags have been into evidence, out to the crime lab, back from the crime lab, into evidence, to court, opened for the last trial, bagged back up, put back in evidence, and are now back to be opened again. So that is one of the least odd things to me because the bags have been handled so much in this case. So
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022,
You should show
during
the
the
pictures.
planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
you should show the
May I
pictures.
approach before Trooper Bukhenik
Yes.
opens that
Yeah, you
bag?
should,
or goes through
he
it?
opened it before he takes shit out, but you should just show the pictures first. He's gonna approach.
Did you show Mr. Jack?
Presumably with the pictures, or supposedly, or unintentional or unattended or something. There's the photos. Jalona and
I do
the
recognize
Sand said, me looking at my McDonald's order.
The
being
photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
gone. Who knows?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs in evidence.
You sure?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll knock them separately, please.
I hate that the court reporter has to mark all the evidence. It's so odd to me. A number of you have asked about the verbal stenography. I have no idea how it works, but some stenographers do the shorthand on the stenography machine and some do verbal stenography. No idea how it works. Fascinated by it. Also, if you're interested in court reporting, not an ad, but there is a massive shortage of court reporters. So if you're curious about wanting to know all the tea of a courthouse, the court reporters know everything. And yeah, some jurisdictions will pay you to go to school to become a court reporter.
Thank you very much.
But I hate that they make the court reporter mark all the evidence.
Those items, were they eventually sent for an
That fire truck sounds like a deflating balloon. It's just like, oh, every day.
analysis
all day.
to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Objection, Your Honor.
I want to allow that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
The lab
Do
stickers
those
will be
items
on
have
there.
markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
I think that's helpful.
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
So were
Yes,
you
at the
tempted to
lab.
say, why would I? I'm teasing. It would be
If we
fine.
can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces
If we can
out,
begin, I don't
show
know,
them to the
can
jury.
we? My team just sent me a playlist that he is making for studying for AP U.S. history. If any of you have teens, tis the season. Oh, the mystery plastic.
And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Noel said, EDB, that wasn't a fire truck. That was the sound that Hank's soul makes having to have the state troopers on the stand. Yeah, that was Hank's soul leaving his body. Just right out. Yeah, that flat round piece of plastic came in last trial too. What is it? I don't know. I still don't know.
Thank you.
What was that? Do we have a number of that?
These two are taped together.
When
The
you found
lab
them, were they
had done
taped
that.
together?
No. They're taped together by the lab.
Yeah, the lab had done a bunch of that. Are you gonna write them all individually? No? Okay.
There's also a canister labeled debris collection.
Oh, that's from the lab too.
That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1.
Dave's beats, not to spoil anything, but the lab will come in and testify about that. The lab will come in and testify about that. That was not. It's not an
This
issue.
is 7-8.
It's not an issue that these pieces of taillight are from Karen Reed's SUV. The issue is how they got, where they got, and when.
G. This is 7-8N, as in November.
Not Nancy?
There are
I know,
also
spoilers.
items too small to label with a
There she is. How did they
letter
get
and
that?
number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Sally, he did say this was his first time at Fairview. He said he interviewed Jen
Altogether,
at the
there
McCabe
are.
house.
It does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Open your eyes. They're inside.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did
My
the
cat's name is
photographer
Karen said, "Are
take
these
a
from Karen
photograph
Reed's
of
car?"
the items in place when they were
That's what the Commonwealth is trying to prove.
found, or the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
I think we're going to
Starting
see
with Exhibit
the
89,
photos.
which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Grasshopper, it's
Yes,
the
it is.
shortest
Do
straw.
you know
so
where, in relation to the
haven't seen it yet.
fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire
How
hydrant.
can you
the
tell
area-
anything from this picture? Just in your head, replay me saying that over and over and over again because there's no establishing shots. This is not the way photos should be taken. I object.
We were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see?
So jurors can tell what the
Thank
fuck
you.
it is. Hold on, let
Is
us
the
find
item
it, Your
that you
Honor.
recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492, 7692.
Oh, look,
we
a ruler.
close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant?
Can we do a ruler in every picture?
Thank you.
Too late.
Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P5157721.
Warren and Miguelina are on the
Recognize that
exact
piece of
same
evidence?
page.
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please?
Wait, is that a different piece on a leaf?
Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Why not show those in order? It's already
Thank you. If we
confusing.
could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
What does near mean?
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
It was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
An establishing shot would be really,
Thank you.
really
If you could take that
helpful at
down,
this
please.
point of like what the same vicinity even means. But I'm not being picky. I'm right.
When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
There's the shortest straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
I moved this piece of evidence into evidence. Brennan's head
approach,
has
Your
to
Honor?
still be exploding from earlier.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's mine.
Honestly, the straw near the street is a thing that makes more sense to me
Recognize that, sir?
because they had found the drinking glass.
Yes, I do.
And they had heard,
It's a photograph of
I suspect from Jen McCabe, that Karen Reed had brought a drink from CF McCarthy's to the Waterfall, and they had found the broken drinking glass or bar glass. And they knew that she was drinking vodka sodas. So a cocktail glass straw is one of the things that surprises me the least. And the jury, I think, has already heard the clips of Karen Reed saying that John got out of the car with the drink. So of all the things in this case, that might be the thing right now that makes the most sense, even though by this point, last trial, they hadn't explained any of that. This might actually be the thing that makes the most sense to the jury at this moment.
the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
I think this is the evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Natalie D said, why is it black? All those little bar drinking straws, the small, like, straws that they put in, like, a vodka soda, I've never seen them any other color. Yeah. The little, like, halvesy drink straws. I don't know what to call them. They annoy me. I throw them away so they don't poke me in the nose, but.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if he switched what he was ordering, but he took Karen Reed's drinks that she didn't finish with him when he left. Yes, the cocktail straws. I don't know why they're in there. Are they there to stir? Bartenders? Why? They just annoy me. Right? Everybody's saying to stir. That's what I thought. Tony said, some are red. If I had a bar, I would make them purple, but that shocks no one. Do we serve water in this bar? It's like a tall cocktail straw. It's not, in fact, the shortest straw.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury.
Okay.
Which would match a tall
That
glass,
is
not that smaller glass that we saw.
E4887688.
The glasses will come in another day. Thank you, everyone in the chat who said hell no, H2O.
So if
Appreciate
you look
you.
at that photograph. And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up
Oh, that's
from
actually
the
bigger
street
than a
in front
cocktail
of
straw. That looks like
34
a soda
Fairview
straw
Road.
in that
Could we
picture.
zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
Tracy Janelle asked a question in the chat, and I figure, Tracy, if you have this question, others may too. Tracy said, wait a minute, that picture shows it's light outside and snow is melting. I thought they did the grid search with shovels at like 6 p.m. that night. This is the subsequent search. We talked about the grid search yesterday and the day before. We are talking about when Trooper Bukhenik, Proctor, and others went back to 34 Fairview on February 2nd. So this is them going back between 8 and 9 a.m. For those of you asking what the relevance of the straw is, they would have thought it could have come from the broken glass that they found. So they would have grabbed it just in case. But it may be unrelated. This is after everything's been plowed and things are melting. It could just be debris. So they grabbed it, but does it have significance beyond that? I don't think they'll come back around to this.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably,
Because that looks
with
more
my
like a soda
estimate,
straw than a
15
cocktail
feet,
straw.
maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you.
So it could be normal street debris. It doesn't, I don't
You
even know if
mentioned
they'll
that
circle
one of
it
the
back
items
around.
that you went back to Fairview to try to find
It was a hat.
was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to
So at
being
that point,
discovered.
you got a warrant to go inside 34 Fairview
Did
to
you
see
or
if
the
you could find the
team
hat?
ultimately find a hat that morning?
Silly me.
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, I've moved that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you. With the court's permission, Trooper Bukhenik, could you open that and show it to the jury?
With the worst scissors ever. Worst scissors ever. Court scissors are so bad. I saw a lot of you saying the bar should be called the sidebar. I mean, it seems like Cocktails and Dreams is probably already taken, so. Hat shown in court.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And then they're going to put up the photo.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled-up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo?
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it with grass showing from underneath the hat.
And establishing shots or not?
You identified them. All right, move these four photographs into evidence.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
We have not gotten to scientific evidence yet.
Or separate or?
We will, this all has to be admitted into evidence before they can bring in the lab to talk about what was tested, where, and why. So, we're not there yet. All right, they're going to put the photos up on the screen. I'm going to zoom until they put the photos up on the screen because they're all being marked by the
Photographs
court
of the jury.
reporter.
Yes.
Be-
So I zoom past.
Beginning with 99A, P526-7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
I mean, you can see the shovel
Yes,
marks.
that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
I think they need an establishing
Connection
shot.
99B, P527, 7735.
That's at least a close-up, but an establishing
This
of
is
where the flagpole
again, the
is would help.
close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529, 7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take
Mary
that
T
now,
said,
please.
why is the hat flat? Because it's under a couple feet of snow, would be my guess, but also it's under a couple feet of snow. Thank you, Chad, for staying on topic with the trial.
Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did
I'll
you
just remind
continue
you all
to go
again, we
back
don't do
to
breaking
Fairview over
news,
time?
and we stay with the trial
Yes,
we're covering. So
based
thank
on
you.
the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose.
Really?
Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th,
why did you expect
the
to
next
find
day,
more?
2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
And not what was said, but who was that call from?
Okay.
I believe it was
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone
Well,
from
they
the
wouldn't be
Canton
on your
Police
team.
on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police.
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know what he's. I guess we'll see what he's grabbing back there. I'm not zooming past him going through the bags of evidence because I want to see what he's doing. We will, as the attorneys are walking back and forth, we'll zoom past that, but it's important. The foundational evidence is important. Trials are dynamic, and you never know what's going to happen. The court is like, what are you doing over there? Judge is like,
Is that 710, sir?
what?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Brennan is going in order of date, which is appreciated.
With the
which
court's
is
permission,
appreciated.
could Trooper Bukhenik
these-
open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
All right, he's going to be opening that item with the world's worst scissors. I do appreciate that he pointed the microphone up so the sealing of bags isn't directly into the mic. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Was that photographed? Oh, wait.
Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Really?
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police
Can PD wrote reports?
documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Awkward Cali girl said, can they not bring their own scissors? Courthouse security generally has some protocols about what they can bring in and can't bring in for courthouse security.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
So
That was the item I
it depends
collected
the court.
on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road,
Some courts, yes,
which I
some
was
courts no.
which I was just showing to the jury.
The second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. A and B, court's permission.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
They're at Exhibit 101A and B. That's important to me, Jojo, to see how much has been moved into
Court's permission,
evidence.
I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please.
You want to say to the jury, look at this photograph? Is that where we're at?
Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces
Well,
that
who
you
the
had
fuck knows
found
from that
on
photo?
February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the
snow that
lawn.
was melting.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47?
Does that look like grass? Oh, I guess it's ice with grass. I mean, at least there's a farther out picture, but you need an establishing
Thank you.
shot
Take it
that's
down,
even
please.
wider.
When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February
As
10th,
snow
were you with
does.
anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
He's like, I don't know.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
He's like, I don't remember. Was it Proctor? Could have been. We're in full Mike Hood mode.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. They're marking that into evidence. They're going to open the
Describe
bag.
generally the size of the items in that bag.
Items?
Can I open it?
Please.
No, you should look through the bag and determine what it is. Isn't it what was just in the photo? Isn't that what we're pulling out? And I zoomed a little bit of him cutting through this. I guess I should have 1.25'd it instead of zooming past it. Well, it's live testimony, to be fair, but next time.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic
Oh, so not the
pieces
piece
of
we saw
clear
last
and
time.
red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag?
So this is found February 10th. My brain is apparently buffering from the last one.
In total of the 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
So the
Yes.
photo is from
Did
the
you
last
photograph
one.
these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was
And yet you had never recovered these pieces. We have been to the scene so many times, and yet you'd never recovered these pieces. So no photographs?
the same general vicinity.
I'm going to just let him finish his
All
answer.
of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the? Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were
It didn't strike you as like, oh, these are in the same vicinity from last time. We didn't see them, so maybe we should have crime scene come out.
all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Mm.
Yes.
Could you provide us?
The rest of them?
May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence. Your Honor.
Because there's more. I'm going to put this at 1.25 instead of zooming. It is important testimony, but we are also doing foundational.
Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're still now on February 10th. We don't need no stinking photos.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection, no.
With the-
I'm not surprised the defense isn't objecting. The defense is like, nah, this works for us.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the bag?
Yes.
Put us back to normal speed.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before appeared to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to open the wax bag.
No, let the crime scene do
Please.
it. Let crime scene do it. The lab, well, not crime scene, but the lab will be testifying later. The lab would have sealed some of these up themselves. Just let the lab do it. They're going to testify.
Could you stand so the people in the back can see?
The jurors in the back?
Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
I imagine we will get
And again, is this
The
February
lab
10,
in-
2022?
after these witnesses.
Yes, it is.
The last
accident
evidence
reconstruction
bag,
at some
you
point?
said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Nope.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was
Might have been. I thought you said you remembered.
still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point.
Just because I did the math, because it was very simple, they found 14 pieces in this bag of glass and plastic, 6 in the last bag, all on February 10th. And they're like, we don't need crime scene to come in. We don't need them to photograph it. It's what, 20 pieces? No, it's it's fine.
Point in time.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
They have to know that accident reconstructionists, the thing that they want the most are measurements from the street and the curb line. Like, they have to know that. He said that they respond to vehicle collisions. They thought at this time it was a vehicle collision. Nobody grabbed a tape measure and just like, this piece was found this many inches from the fucking...
Is that all the pieces?
There's a flagpole, a curb, berm, and a fire hydrant. You have 3 really good stationary points of reference plus a house. You can measure all of those things. You think it's a vehicle collision. You know that accident reconstructionists, the thing they want the most are measurements, because a debris field and the size of a debris field is incredibly significant.
Pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the Waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from
Kate,
a
that's
company
fair.
called Ring?
Kate said, EDB, I don't know that it matters post-excavation and snowblower. I think it's fair that the defense would then argue that these measurements are inaccurate and things could have been moved because of the excavation in the snow. But I rather have them make that argument with measurements and say, well, it could be moved, but based on what we found. I would rather have them make that argument than, we just didn't measure. But that's just me.
Yes.
For what location?
It would be a lot of work.
For the
to do
Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you
We're
receive
talking about Ring.
video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a
The files
computer?
are in the computer.
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that
The files came in via the internet. It would be helpful if there was like a report where you said we requested this information from Ring. I mean, if you got a search warrant, there would be a search warrant return. We got this information. We asked for this information from Ring, and on this date, they sent us, and it contained X number of files, gigabytes, terabytes, whatever. Just make a note. It came from the internet.
were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it
So there would
through
be a
the search
search
warrant. That's the
warrant
way
return.
that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
So there
Were
would be
you
a search
aware
warrant
that
return.
some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
The Ring video they're talking about, Chad, is the Ring, well, mostly the Ring video we've already seen. So a lot of the Ring video that we have seen so far came from that search warrant.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened.
The Ring
but it
videos
has
are from
happened
John
before
O'Keefe's-
where
John
a law
O'Keefe's
enforcement
house
individual
at One Meadows.
officer has to provide DNA, and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
It was a
Did you
buccal
review
swab.
any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No,
Nope.
I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you
You in any
work
group
for the
text
state
together?
police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone, tower, voice communications.
It was a phone.
Okay, do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
Via text, Signal, Discord.
And
Y'all
during
got a
that
group
time,
chat?
did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
We already saw that.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain?
Brennan, if this line of questioning is going the direction I'm now hoping and thinking it's going to go, and if you are new to this case, just buckle up, hold on to your butts, grab your tits, whatever you need to do, just buckle up. The fact that Brennan said, were you on an email thread, is sending me. I'm not the DA on this case. Thank God I wouldn't be. But we all know they're fucking texts. Were you on an email chain? He's like, are we going to get into the texts? Are we talking about texts? Just, away we go.
Involving Michael Proctor and others.
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text,
I
do
appreciate
you remember where you were when you received the
that he's
text chain?
getting out ahead of it.
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan.
How do you know what he's referring to?
From Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When
What?
you received that text-to-text chain, did you?
Can somebody explain to me why a homicide detective is working a traffic detail? Are we on overtime? Are we on desk duty? What date is this? Why are you working traffic at Logan? Is it overtime? Were you rehomed? I have questions.
You respond.
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
Oh my God, you're talking around whatever you're talking around. What is
And
it?
during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic.
A real
I
clear
glanced
memory of
at
that.
it, took part of the information that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain,
Read the text.
was
read the
there an
text.
investigation?
There was.
Because he got in trouble too. He got in trouble too. And the prosecutor has to get into it. And they are talking all the way the fuck around it. There is no better way to highlight what the jury's missing than to be like, oh, wait, homicide detective, you're working traffic duty at the airport and you thumbed up a text and then there was an investigation. The jury's got to be like, what the fuck was the text? I think it makes it worse. Also, can we just address the question? Can we just address the real question? This is your work phone. I presume you also have a personal phone. Is your work phone connected to your Apple Watch? Can you have more than one phone connected to an Apple Watch? Why isn't your personal phone connected to your Apple Watch? Make it make sense to me. Your work phone's the phone connected to your Apple Watch? Because you have to know if your work phone is connected to your Apple Watch that's connected to your iCloud account, then anything you do on your work phone could open up your personal Apple account because the two are connected. If there is anything that law enforcement is or should be sensitive to, it is that you do not want to put work shit on your personal phone. Why? Because then they can get your personal phone. And then you end up Trooper Proctor with all your personal texts coming into court. All of them. There is a reason you do not put personal stuff on the work phone or work stuff on the personal phone. I have questions. I have questions about the Apple Watch thumbs up, but I'm sure we'll get there.
And during that investigation, you were...
Let's back up. You thumbs up the text and then there was an investigation. Do you see how we're trying to minimize thumbs upping a text? I got to make notes. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm going to I just need a screenshot. Just for reference for later because, because this is probably going to be the thumbnail for, for the case brief later. Okay, so you thumbs up a text from an Apple Watch on traffic duty. Got it. 10 out of 10. Let's go.
Indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes.
Oh, they're
there were
probably
two
almost done.
sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with the thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the two sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection.
Sustained is to full.
It's leading.
What
Just
was
ask
that
him.
second sustained finding
Ask him what it was.
about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No.
Was there punishment in light of those two sustained findings against you?
There was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire
Oh, yeah, that was
chain?
it. He lost vacation days. That was all. That was it. We talked about this in real time when it happened. Do you think the jury, I imagine when you lose 5 vacation days, the jury's sitting there going, then that probably wasn't a big deal. Oh, what they don't know yet. Okay, let's continue on.
That was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
The prosecution did a good
Yeah,
job
Proctor.
bringing this
Yes.
up. I think they did a good job attempting to minimize it, a good job attempting to explain it without getting into what the text said from Proctor, without getting into what the text chain said, without getting into what the rest of the text said. We're thirsty. I mean, at least it's not Dasani. But yes, he lost 5 vacation days. That was it.
May I stand here?
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if
I
you
think
turn
Brennan
the
did a
page,
good job introducing it.
Does it begin to...
I don't know how much it'll mitigate the sting when we get into the rest of it.
reflect the email chain?
Oh,
Yes,
email
it does.
chain.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite.
Oh,
the
I'm sorry, not an
author of
email
the text,
chain.
and I'd like you to read the
Another
text.
text chain. Wait, we're going to read them? We're going to read them. So not an email chain. Hold on, let me fix my notes. Another text chain that was called an email chain. Brennan, I was trying to compliment your direct questioning and you keep calling it healthcare data and emails. It's texts. Let's go. Okay, let's just do that one more time as he takes the deep breath. I had to back up. Yep.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Oh, we're starting with that one. We're starting with Brennan. It's happening. Just that it's all happening. It's all happening. Meme that.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment?
Yeah, the
Can you
author,
start again,
please.
because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes
Who
the
said
comment,
that?
I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not
Have a phone number?
identify who the author is, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
How is it possible?
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent
I said
it.
let's go too much and I triggered my phone.
No, it does not. I assume
he's
it's an
triggered.
extraction from one device, but
He has no idea who those are from. You have no idea who those are from. There's no foundation. I don't know who said it. We all know who said it. The jury's sitting there knowing who said it, and they don't even actually know who said it yet. It's the person who's now being referred to as Mr., not Trooper. How could today get any dumber? It's a phone extraction from some phone. You do not play dumb with me.
It identifies this as your phone,
that is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you...
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
What is going on?
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over because I should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
Could you begin again?
So in the beginning,
Could you begin again? Brennan. Also, I don't want to hear anyone else tell me how much time the prosecutor has spent with these witnesses, because I have said day over day, I do not think the prosecutor has spent a lot of time with these witnesses. And if Exhibit A, how much prep has the prosecutor done with this witness? Apparently not enough, because he hasn't even shown him this document to know who it's from. This witness has no idea. This is Brennan's witness and Brennan's evidence. And this trooper is like, what is this? His face spells out IDK. Can you read him again? Brennan? Also, why in the fuck would you want to read those texts again? You're the prosecutor.
it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Perfect. Just
that your
again.
comment?
No, it is not.
Good
next.
Lord.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, "I hate that man. I truly hate him."
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
Why did that take so long? Brennan wants to introduce it.
There's a blank page, and that's the end.
I'll write your name. Sorry. And that's the end.
Yes, sir.
That was so horribly done. What was the point of this?
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
The reason he's reading in the text is because he was disciplined over the text. So the texts aren't being offered for the truth of the matter about whether or not the truth of the matter would be whether or not the author of the text hated that man and the rest of the things that were said. They're not being offered for the truth of the matter. They're being offered to explain why he was disciplined and what he thumbs upped. But the jury has to be sitting there going, so you were disciplined over text messages and you don't know who wrote the text messages? Sure, Jan.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
So that's why they're not hearsay. I didn't wrap up my thought.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Oh, I thought he was going to end with
Yes,
that.
I did.
Did
Yeah,
you
bury
review
it in the
video
middle.
over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know.
Really?
So although it could be a cooperating
Oh, from individuals you do not know. Sure.
witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So
I mean, I've seen
it's
that covering
good
cases,
to
but
talk
that's
to
not the
individuals
point here.
and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review Ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28,
You know-
2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is. It's exhibit.
In a murder trial, you would not expect that the roughest day for the party bringing the case, the prosecution, would be when they have one of their lead investigators on the stand. Chat, let me know. Maybe it's just me. Does this feel like one of the roughest days of this trial for the prosecution so far? Because that's bananas. All right, Ring video. Like today has been bad.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the Ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119.
This looks new. Oh, no, we did see some of these to establish the size of the SUV last time. Oh, that doesn't help.
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over there. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January
What?
28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please?
All right, so we're going to see some more of the ring videos.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
Okay. It's dark. Like really dark. Like winter dark. At 5:05 p.m.
Thank you.
And okay.
In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Oh, that's why.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
We've seen this one, I think, in this trial already, but I truly cannot remember as I sit here. But I think we've seen this one in this trial. If maybe during the defense opening.
Thank you.
So that's at
Did you review that
5:07
video
a.m.
from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please?
They did not get to 34 Fairview until after 6 a.m., just a little after 6. We've seen this. It's with Carrie and
Could you
Jen.
stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155,
I think
please?
that's when Mike Camerano arrives. This testimony in the first trial was really heartbreaking. We didn't get into it as much in this trial, but Camerano in the first trial, because it's not going to come up here, it was just, I thought, very sweet.
Thank you.
Camerano talked about
Did you later see
John
video at
O'Keefe's
8:23
car
a.m.?
or
Yes.
garage being left
We have
open
exhibit.
and sweeping out his garage because it had been left open and snow had gotten into it, and he didn't want John to come home to snow inside his garage. So when he went in, when they were worried, he swept out the driveway or the garage because the door had been left open. Let's continue on.
Or video 159, please.
This is the well check. We saw the dash cam
Thank you.
from
Did you later
this
see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
well check.
We have video 161, please.
He's going really fast with the times.
Stop that, please. Do you know who's in that video?
I'm sure the jurors are taking notes on it, but it's fast.
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play?
Not Karen? Paul O'Keefe and Mom O'Keefe? Maybe.
Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please.
Oh, no, that makes sense. Sorry. That the O'Keefes arrived before Karen and her dad got there from the hospital. My brain had buffered.
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
He
I
just
believe
said
it was
Karen reading
the
her dad.
defendant's brother
Oh,
and possibly his
He didn't just
companion.
say it,
I don't know
just
who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 1240?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171?
Wait, that's from 1240? What? Yeah, the time of this video and the last video, I'm confused.
And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before?
Interesting, he
and
says
the
take
time
and not
that
leave.
Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
Okay.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have
I'm sure we're gonna see more
Exhibit
photos.
54, please?
Part of
You
what they're
recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
part of what they're using those videos for, or I think they will use those videos for to argue, is that there are missing videos, not just when Karen Reed returns from 34 Fairview, but there are things happening like Karen Reed leaving One Meadows before she goes back to Dighton where there's no ring video. So they are going to show the series of videos. We have videos of this. We don't have videos of that. So again, building a case is building a puzzle, and they are putting all the little pieces in. It's not one thing that's going to be the thing. Also, in the ring videos, you see the driver's side taillight facing the ring camera, but not the passenger side taillight. I saw people walk past and look in that direction. We'll see when they argue this, how they bring it up. So, all right, let's continue.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yep.
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
And
Yes.
that's what Carrie Roberts said when she testified as well.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Are we going to play this
Yes.
one again?
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
This is the one where you can see John O'Keefe's car move. The defense says this is where Karen Reed damaged her taillight. The prosecution disputes that. I'm sure they're going to ask
You
him
stop,
about
please.
it.
Do
And
you notice
that's
anything about the right rear
why they
taillight in
asked?
that video?
Oh no.
Yes.
What do you notice?
This is why they
It's
asked.
showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please.
And again, the thing speaks for itself. The jury will get to decide.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That video is not, I saw a couple of you say that's before John died. It's not.
Documents, sir?
That video is before John is found, but not before John dies.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Again, he was
Yes.
declared later, but it is my supposition and opinion that when they arrived at 6 a.m., he was not still alive. So this is at 5 a.m. He is found at 6 a.m. That's when that video is from.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
Would you like to move this into evidence?
And again, I think with the videos, the thing speaks for itself. The jury will see what they see. I think even in the chat, there's a lot of disagreement about how that appears.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6.
And again, that's why there's deliberation. This is the type of thing that deliberation is made for. What do the jurors see? What do they observe? How do they attribute that? What do they attribute it to? Or if they can't agree, do they say, putting that aside, what do we agree on? That's why 12 people have a conversation about it to talk it through. So don't worry, there's more. Just wait, there's more, because we're in trial.
At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that,
And we have Karen
did you
Reed's
review
statements
any
as
other
trial
evidence of
saying,
the damage to
I
that
broke
taillight
it
before
and picked pieces
you and
out.
Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please?
So again, it's not in controversy that it was broken. It's in controversy how broken, when it was broken, how it was broken. But it's not in controversy that it was broken.
Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash
You know what would
cam?
be better?
Yes, I did.
Photos when they towed it.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I
Photos
did.
when they towed
And could
it would have
we
been
show a
helpful.
close-up on Exhibit 11. Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton,
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us
Ding, ding,
of
ding.
that tow?
Toe.
I was made aware, yes.
Was it?
I'd like to
Let's see.
enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
No objection, Your Honor.
Not from the tow truck driver taking pictures.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May
I
have a
was so
moment, Your Honor?
optimistic that this would show things last trial, so I'm not going to spoil it. Let's just wait and take a look as they are pulling that video up. I'm going to zoom till it starts playing. This is at Karen Reed's parents' house. Back at the rear passenger side of the car.
Could you play video 2, please?
I wish this was a much better video. Though I can see white on the side, but the timestamp covers up the rest of the taillight.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear taillight?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please.
The timestamp covering up exactly what you want to see is just
Sir, did you have an opportunity to
Tough.
review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos
Oh, are we
from
gonna see those?
the Waterfall bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 20th, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review
Wouldn't it be the
all the
28th?
entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
Did he say
When you
29?
reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received. through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity
I wonder how much of these they'll play.
to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
You know, I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, where is the counsel inside off for just a second, please? Jurors, feel free to stand up.
I wonder if they're going to negotiate the lunch break, because it seems like it is probably time to take a break. And in the first trial, they went through the video drink by drink by drink by drink. And so I imagine we will get, well, maybe they'll start part of it. It looks like they do. So let's zoom past the fan.
CD. So I'm handing you a CD. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
So those are the videos marked in.
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
We've got a lot more to get through. My cat's name is Karen. That has not been testified to yet. We will get there. But it is not in evidence in this trial yet. Tara asked, how is there only missing video, the one they say incriminates Karen? There are multiple missing ring videos. There are quite a number of missing ring videos. But not just when she is coming home from 34 Fairview. They have not gotten into argument on that, so we'll see.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from C.F. McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4.
And then stills from the bars.
No objection on it.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
They're marking those.
Exhibit A through 117.
So I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look.
I have no idea why the mic elsewhere is being fondled. The poor mic. And all of our ears. I don't know. One of the other mics in the courtroom is having a moment.
Yes, I do.
They are marking evidence.
There's still
They
shot
have to They have to mark them
photos
all
of
before they
the
get into it.
waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Okay. They are marking those. The court reporter is marking them. And now we are going to display them. They have to be marked and admitted and then published to the jury.
Yes, sir.
That's where we're at.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from
look, a
left to right,
timeline.
it is chronological events that took place at C.F. McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be time-stamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
Real time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes, so the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please.
It's an easy presentation of evidence when they have the timeline and can click into the videos. It will keep it a lot more clear than just watching the entire thing, which is how they did it first last time. We went through it so much slower.
Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. We could proceed to 9:10.
I saw a number of questions about the time discrepancy. They had the managers of the bars testify maybe the first week or the second week and talked about that. It is not in controversy.
What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please.
Kim in the chat house, who's talking to Karen? That's John O'Keefe in the black hat. It was one of John's friends, as I recall from the last time, in the blue hat. I don't remember which was which in the video. This is the first time the jury's seeing all of these videos. They did not, they played clips of them when they talked to the bar managers, but they did not play the full sections of them. So that's the first that the jury is seeing that.
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
The record
Absolutely,
needs to reflect.
Next, please, 9:32.
The record needs to reflect what's going on in the video, and narration is the way to do that. These are also going to be marked into evidence.
Here, the defendant is
jury can watch
handed a
them
shot.
later.
Stop, please.
as they want to, if they want to, when they get back in, when they get back to delivery,
there.
when the case is over.
I think we'll just have to play it, and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
It does not look like it can be paused with the way they've done it.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up.
They tried to make the presentation
and
easier.
Puts it
I
into
appreciate
her
that.
second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
Alcohol content. He stirs it. And this is different because we've already heard Karen Reed talk about these drinks in clips, which we have not seen before. But again, Karen Reed said in the clips that they played earlier on in this trial that she was drinking vodka sodas, that she was intoxicated, what she was drinking. I think the number of drinks she had is going to be somewhat at issue. Do I think it's going to be the biggest thing at issue here? No. Because she had drinks. She had a BAC. She said the drinks were weak in her clip, and so she got shots to add to them. And we heard her talk about that, but they still have to prove that she was drinking. So this is them proving that she was drinking. Particularly as to count 2, because count 2 is all connected to either under the influence or BAC over 0.08. Caitlin B. asked, I still can't prove what's in the glass. I think that they have with her statements and then with the receipts from the bar. I also don't think it's the biggest thing an issue because you have so many clips of Karen Reed saying that she had been drinking. Kathleen, you are not the first and won't be the last to ask. Why aren't there charges against the others? Nobody was arrested for drinking and driving. Everybody has testified that they had drinks. Nobody else has a BAC because there were no arrests for drinking and driving. The only reason they had Karen Reed's blood in this case to even test it is because of the Section 12 hold at the hospital. They would not have had her blood yet either. And by the time they had ever gotten a search warrant, it would have been too late to get her blood. The only reason they had a BAC on her is because of the Section 12 hold, because they took her blood for medical purposes. And then when this goes back to evidence, the jury will have the entire video of the entire night if they want it. The prosecution is showing clips from this. I saw a couple of you ask, but if she's admitted to drinking, which we saw, and if they have her BAC and the retrograde extrapolation, why are they showing this? Because there is going to be argument from the defense about the BAC, and that all goes to count 2. And they have it on video, so they are going to show her receiving drinks to close that loop. But it's not in controversy to me that she was drinking and was intoxicated when she drove. Is that the biggest issue in this case? Probably not. Is that an issue in this case? Yes, especially because of count 2 and the fact that count 2 has a over the legal limit and then an intoxication part of the count. Tracy asked, can the defense call Proctor? We talked about it a bit earlier, but if Proctor does not get called by the Commonwealth, yes, the defense can call Proctor. I'm just going to go through some of the questions while we are watching the video, since there is no audio to the video from the bar. Kara asked, do you know how the numbers and divide were for count 2 during the first trial? I know they were all planning to acquit on counts 1 and 3. That's what we've seen from reports of the jurors. What's hard with count 2?
So right there we had...
Really, now we talk? What's hard with count 2? We'll get back to try in a sec. What's hard with count 2 is there are multiple lesser includeds. So it's hard to know which one of the counts in count 2 the jury was divided on, but they were leaning towards guilt on one of the parts of count 2. I'm not going to say it was the top charge because I do not know, but there's the top charge and then 2 lesser includeds on count 2, and they were leaning towards guilt. I think it was 8 leaning towards guilt on count 2, which are the drinking and driving causing death or injury related counts.
We observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back.
Emily in the chat asked, can the defense call Proctor as a hostile witness? They can call Proctor. They would have to deem him hostile down the road. It would depend. So they can't, I mean, they can call him. And then if he refuses to answer, then they can go through there. Tracy Sires, I agree with you. Tracy said it's sad watching this, knowing these are his last hours. It is. And it's not always that you have video of what's leading up to something happening to John O'Keefe, because that's also not controverted. Something happened to John O'Keefe. The prosecution hasn't gotten to what they think happened yet.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
And they are moving on to the next clip.
Proceed to the next video, please. This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Annie in the chat asks, who's John talking to? 2 of his friends were at the bar with him this night, Mike Camerano. The other friend did not testify this case, and I don't know if they will, but Camerano had testified. He's the one who left because his kid got a hockey stick to the mouth and knocked out a tooth, and so he
The
left
bartender
earlier.
hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In
Jay, they did
35
not
minutes.
count
4
the
drinks.
beer bottles that she was handing back to the
Could we
bartender.
proceed to the next screen, please?
So they did not.
10:09 p.m.
Here the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
I mean, I don't think you can say that. She
The objection's
gestures.
sustained.
Yeah, strike it.
I'll strike that.
Yep. She can gesture that she wants something. She can receive something. She moved her hand. Yes. But he can't say what she's intending at that point. There's no audio.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
You can
Yes, he
only
is.
say what you see.
And he puts it in his back pocket.
AC asked if the kids were home alone. The nephew was at a friend's house. They talked a little bit about the niece being with friends and then coming home. The niece is, I think, 16 at this point. Last trial, the niece and nephew testified. I don't know if they will at this time, but the nephew is at a friend's.
The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
I mean, as one does. Kelly B says the receipt shows how many purchased, not everyone who consumed them. That's fair. And the video does show that drinks are consumed. I do not think that the drinking this evening is in controversy. The amount of drinks and whether they were all finished, I think there can be discussion about. But with the video clips of Karen Reed talking about the fact that she
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
had been drinking,
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be
What is the drink
much
count
of a
at that
question
point?
for the jury that she was
At
drinking.
that point, it's 4 drinks.
Could we have the next?
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
Anel in the chat said these people will turn anything into a negative, even a loving interaction and playful banter into a negative. The defense does it too. When we get to the Waterfall video, there will be lots of discussion about grab-assing vis-a-vis practice fighting, vis-a-vis fighting stances.
A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him.
It's part
and
of
places it
lawyering.
back on the bar.
And I think the jurors see through it when he's like, and she gave him the middle finger, and all the jurors are like, right, okay, sure. But yes, it does. Also lawyers. Brandy asked, can ADAs refuse to prosecute a case? If so, would the DA pressuring for you to try the case, could you say no? I don't know much about this DA's office, but yes, DAs can say, I'm not filing a case, I'm not prosecuting a case. At the end of the day, it's your bar license and your ethics. So yes, DAs can say no. I don't know the Norfolk DA's office. I don't know how big they are. I don't know how many DAs they have. I don't know what their chain of command is like. But yes, DAs can say, I am not pursuing this case, and you can choose not to file cases. And you
The
can have those
defendant is
conversations with
consuming
all
the
of the
beverage
bosses.
in her hand. Places it on the bar.
I also don't know, and I don't know if we'll ever know more than supposition, why they brought in a special prosecutor for this case versus having Adam Lally retry the case. It's an awkward conversation in the office. I see all of you saying, who hasn't given a loved one their middle finger? I mean, I think a lot of people give the middle finger in jest, maybe more than when they're mad, unless they're driving, and then all bets are off.
What time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37, please?
Ruby asked in the chat about the way they are counting the drinks. For hard liquor, a shot does count as a drink when it comes to measuring BAC.
Bartender
so
makes
a shot counts as a separate
4
drink,
shots, top left corner.
which is
She's seen
standard measurement.
preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
So hard alcohol is measured in more of a shot. Beer and wine are measured differently by volume. I think it's 4 ounces and 6 ounces and 8 ounces, but don't quote me. Because I'm not 100% on that. I just do not remember without reference. Mel, yes. Mel Poi said megapint ounces. They definitely don't measure them by megapint ounces when they are talking about what
1041, please.
constitutes a drink of liquor versus wine versus
The 4 shot
beer.
glasses are redistributed.
So what they would consider one drink of liquor versus one drink of wine versus one drink of beer would be a different ounce.
Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
You don't have an objection last one.
Okay, I'll strike that.
Right. The jury can observe what they can observe. The chat's now going shot, 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 shots. Everybody. Thank you,
Next
Chad.
video,
Chad is saying
please.
1.5 ounce liquor, 5 ounce wine, 12 ounce beer. I completely
Now-
forget what the measurements
As the
law enforcement uses for a drink versus not a
Mr.
drink.
O'Keefe and the
There's
defendant
a standardization.
are getting
So
ready
thank
to
you.
leave. The defendant is holding the drink in her left hand.
I mean, I don't know if you know they're getting
Continues
ready to
to sip
leave,
on it.
but okay. They do leave shortly thereafter. He is supposed to be saying what he sees, which would be she grabs a drink, like gives a hug, he touches her elbow, they start to walk towards the door.
And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anyway.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
He said served.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
How many drinks were served? He said
Next
7.
slide.
Okay.
And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see counsel.
I think he's allowed to say that's how many were served, but all right. They're going to sidebar. We're still into the timeline at CF McCarthy's because drinking is connected to count 2. And even though they have video clips of Karen Read talking about drinking that night, they are still going. And I think they might have been at 6. But they are showing the videos of
Lunch and break. It's 1:10. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
of lunch.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court.
So when we get back from lunch, we are going to get back to videos of CF McCarthy's and then videos from the Waterfall as the prosecution and Trooper B on the stand count the drinks served to Karen Read. We will likely not finish with cross-examination today and be going into, if cross-examination starts today, which it might, we will get into the rest of cross-examination tomorrow. I think we might finish this witness before the end of the day tomorrow. We might not. This might be the last witness for the week. There's a lot of ground left to cover in this case. They are going to lunch. I am ready to go to lunch. I'm sure chat is ready to go to lunch because a lot has happened today. A lot. If you've already forgotten what's happened today, it's okay. Team Baker helps me summarize every single day in court on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show podcast feed. So if you want the summaries of the day with my breakdowns of the summaries of the day, they are on the Emily Show, and the daily case briefs drop before I go live for the next day of court so that you can see those summaries there. They vary in length depending on how much I talk. She's a talker. But if you want to know when those drop, you can get the Law Nerd app at lawnerd.app.com. It is free. It will keep you in the loop. And if some of you are like, girl, I have seen these videos. We'll send you an app notification when it goes to cross-examination. Don't worry. I'll let you know. I 100% will let you know. I saw 1LH Danielle say, wait, no court tomorrow? No, there's court tomorrow. I just don't know if we're going to be done with this witness. I think this might be the witness for the rest of the week. I don't know if we're going to be done with this witness. Cross is going to take probably double the time of direct. We've been on direct since, they start at maybe 8:10 this morning. So cross is going to be a longer cross. I don't know if we will get to it and end with cross before the end of the day tomorrow. So I don't know. But we will absolutely be seeing the rest of the video. Well, we're just about at the end of the video of CF McCarthy's, and we'll see the video of the Waterfall as they go through drinks from the evening. I don't think Karen Read's drinking will be as much in controversy this trial as it was the last trial, just based on the media interviews she gave. She talks about drinking that night in multiple media interviews. She takes issue with the count for how many drinks and how they count her drinks. But she still admits to having 5-6 drinks that evening and says that they were weak. That's why she was pouring shots into them and explains it. I don't know how much that will be in controversy to the jury and if they will count or discount her blood alcohol level from the retrograde extrapolation. However, with count 2, which is what this specifically goes to, each part of count 2, because there are multiple, has the ability for the jury to find either that she was at the time above a 0.08 or at the time under the influence. And I think with under the influence, on Karen Read's own words, the jury can get there. Does that mean that they get to the rest of the elements of count 2? No, not necessarily. But she said, yeah, I was fuzzy. I was fuzzy when I was driving. I saw myself driving slow. That's how I drive when I've had drinks. I know that I wasn't as clear as I would be had I not been drinking. Can they find that that's Karen Read just saying I was under the influence while driving? I think that the jury can. Will they? It's going to depend on the rest of it. But what we still haven't seen from the Commonwealth as we're getting through the day with Trooper B, and strategically, the Commonwealth buried the Trooper B discipline before all the videos. It just got buried in the middle there. Did you notice that? It just got buried right in the middle. I'm sure on cross it's not going to get buried. It's not going to get buried in the middle. But it got buried right in the middle before we got into all of the videos. Just right there. Angie Lewis said she was buzzed. Right. Intoxicated. So we will see. But there are other elements of count 2. We're not going to break it down now. We're going to go to lunch. However, I think count 2 is going to be one of the most in controversy counts. The attorneys barely touched on it last trial in closing. I don't think they had adequate time to do so. They did not touch on it. I think we will see much more argument about count 2 when we get further on in this case. But we aren't there yet. So from the Commonwealth, we still have their accident reconstructionist. They have a medical expert regarding John O'Keefe's head injuries. They have a medical expert regarding arm injuries. Well, they have an expert regarding arm injuries. Let me clarify that. They have the, coroner, medical examiner, who we haven't seen testify yet. Who else? Any of the people that owned 34 Fairview, which they may not call at this point. I don't think they're going to call anyone else that was at the Waterfall at this point. I don't think they're going to call John O'Keefe's other friend that was at CF McCarthy's at this point. I'm wondering what they're going to do with Proctor at this point. I don't know if they're going to call Higgins. And I don't know if they're going to call Higgins. I don't know if they're going to call Higgins at all. And then they have more information about Karen Reed's vehicle that they haven't brought in, and more information that they've developed since the last trial, because they couldn't extract things, and then they could extract things, and then they didn't have the information, and now they do have the information. So we have to see who they choose. But anyone on the Commonwealth's witness list, the defense can also call. It changes the way they do their case, perhaps. But I think the Commonwealth is going to be a really pared down case from what we've seen before. And it's moved much more quickly than the first trial. There's a lot less repetition. So let us go to lunch, because there is lots left to do. What time is it? I haven't even looked. Oh, it's 12:58. So if court is back, I will be back at 1:10. If court is not back, I'll let you know in the chat. We will send out an app notification, but I'm planning on 1:10. If court is not back yet, as I said, I'll let you know in the chat, and we'll send an app notification when we're back. Court might be back by then, and if they are, then we'll be live then. But I'm going to take 10 minutes, grab some more food, maybe a leftover piece of birthday cake, because that'll be yummy. I don't have enough for the class. I don't. I'm sorry, chat. I can do some more memberships, but I do not have enough cake for the class today. Though I can't just, I wish I could, but I cannot. Another day. Let's go to lunch. Are you guys ready to go to lunch? I'm ready to go to lunch. I am, today has been a whole roller coaster. I feel like, I think this has been one of the roughest starts for the Commonwealth. So today has not gone smoothly for them at all. Don't forget to hydrate and stretch. Court days are long days. Move your laundry. Take 10 minutes. Finish up whatever you should be doing. Answer the emails. Just get it done so we can be back after lunch. And if you just want to know when cross is, get the Lawnerd app, and we will see you guys in just a minute. Bye. No, Emily. What? That's loud. Girl. All right. See you in a minute, Lawnards. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hey Lawnerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Lawnerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Lawnerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawnerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. All right, Law Nerds, are we ready? I think we're ready. Are we ready? Are we ready to go back to court, chat, or are we just like, today's been a lot. This case is a lot. Whether you're watching it for the first time or watching it for the second time, this case is a lot. So remember, when I say court days are long days, I mean it. It is okay to hydrate. It is okay to take a break. We will keep you in the loop with the case briefs. It's going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. We are just going to see how it all unfolds. But today, we are going to be back to all of the video that they are bringing in with Trooper B. They are doing everything they can, it seems, to bring in as much as possible with this witness. And we'll see how much they accomplish with that. Because, yeah, they're trying to, I think they're trying to limit what they need from Proctor as much as they can. And calling him Mr. Proctor all day was just unexpected, but I'm not mad at it. It would be improper to call him Trooper because he's not. And it could leave the wrong impression with the jury to continue to call him Trooper when he has since been terminated. But I don't know how they're going to avoid that. It's becoming the elephant in the room at this point. Also, like when a collision supposedly happened, those two things. But back to videos, because they need to put these in too. And again, with video, the jury gets to just say the thing is what it is. And we view it how we view it and go from there. It's helpful when things are on video. Let's get, not ready to rumble. Let's get back to court. Back to the OnlyFan. Because we've got the OnlyFan going. We'll get up our live court banner because I forgot to put it back up after we got to the... Oh, Emily, do we have sound? Hold on. Probably. After we shared the Lawnerd app. Yes, we do. I had turned the volume down on the music, so... Music. And right back to court.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Right back to court.
Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Witness is probably on the stand. Jury is back. They're going to get right back into video, is my guess. Because, well, there's all the videos from not CF McCarthy's, from the Waterfall that they have to get to.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to 1054. And before we begin, Trooper Bukhenik.
Not
Is this
Trooper
a different
Mechanic.
location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is, at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
I think that's helpful to know.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 10:54, please?
Here we see the defendant and
Still on
Mr.
direct.
O'Keefe walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and greetings.
This video.
We'll let the Waterfall bar videos play.
Sure.
Sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play.
Because we can't, I
Let
mean,
them play.
okay. Sure. The timestamp covers a lot of what goes on at their table. And then how overexposed the video is just terrible. It's just, it's terrible. I don't know if it's easier to see in the courtroom, on the courtroom screen or not, but this video is just terrible. It's so overexposed.
$11:46, please.
The band is packing up. There are high top tables. I do like the high top chairs though at the Waterfall. It looks like there's somewhere to put your feet. And they're not like little stool things. They actually look like chairs. That looks a little less overexposed in this clip, but it's difficult. The group that John O'Keefe and Karen are with are at that kind of top table, right where the timestamp is. The sweatshirt with like the Harley Davidson logo on it, closest to us, is Brian
12:06,
Higgins.
please.
A lot of the individuals have already been identified in this by Jen McCabe's testimony.
$12:07.
If you're asking me what, if anything, is the jury taking from these videos, that people were there and what time it is at most at this point,
12:10, please.
and then who of the group is still left, at what time they're still left, and then using the timestamp for when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe left, I think is probably the main point of this video.
Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Hi,
Is
George.
that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
And approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hi, Fred. All the cats.
Showing you.
Streaming brings the cats to the office, apparently.
This is already introduced to evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his
Still
right
photos?
hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Goodman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
I laugh because
Yes, it is.
the stills.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Okay.
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. You can take
The defense objected. I'm not surprised. Your Honor, what? Your Honor, what? Customarily curious, I finally caught you on Carson and Kennedy. We have a lovely chat on Thursdays. Your Honor, I object. Is blob.
Take that down.
Can't see. And the jury can decide for themselves.
Ms. Gilman, thank you.
But that's what he's saying it
One
is.
last matter, Trooper Bukhenik. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
From what time period?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that
1207?
ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
We've
Yes, I do.
skipped in
What do
time.
they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
I mean, we're at
Yes, I
the
do.
point.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
We're at the point where we have the items and evidence they need to introduce their crash reconstructionist. I wonder if that will be their next witness, because I don't know if there's anything. No, they would need the information from Karen Reed's vehicle. So they would need the witness that grabbed it, unless Aperture did it. The information that they grabbed from Karen Reed's car. I'm curious why this ring video is from 2024, though. Oh, it
Yes,
might be for measurements of John O'Keefe's driveway at One Meadows.
Do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I move this is evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's probably for measurements.
I have no further questions.
Oh, wow. We're done with direct sooner than I thought we would be. Ring video from 2024 from One Meadows Ave that was provided to Aperture, which is an accident reconstruction company. It is not surprising to me because they probably used it to measure the driveway. The driveway is not going to change in size and shape between 2022 and 2024. So I'm not shocked that they grabbed ring video with nothing parked there. Aperture will testify and we will hear from it because Aperture is going to do the accident reconstruction for the Commonwealth. But I thought there was going to be much more direct examination, but no. It's time for cross. Well, all of you that waited around for after lunch and were like, you know what? I'm in. Emily, I'm in. You're here at the beginning. So let's get it started. Yeah, Miguelina, we told the app we would let them know when we start cross. I didn't know it was going to be this fast. Let them know. It's time to go. Jackson's like, let's get it started. Where do we even start? Good afternoon, Trooper B. About that shoe, about that Sallyport video, about that Proctor.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your
He's
Honor.
like, hold on, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Good afternoon, sir.
We gotta stretch it out, Your Honor. We got a lot to
I want to talk
do.
to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously
So
had a
the point
supervisor,
person?
correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
It's you,
He
right?
did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right.
Manages.
And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for
How much they try to step away from who's in charge is obvious. It's just palpable at this point.
writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff, where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
Somebody has to be in
I'm sorry,
charge.
you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And it has to be some sort of echelon.
Sir, it has to be, because there's no I in team. What are we doing? He was the case agent. No amount of word nonsense is going to change the fact that he was the case agent. He was the case agent. He was the case agent.
Of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Roger, Roger. Don't
yes,
fuck
there
with
is
Alan.
A team leader in the Marine Corps.
Wasn't he in the Air
rifle platoon,
Force?
but not every team has a leader.
No, some teams have coaches.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent. Not just another officer, not just another.
Alan's not asking this because he wants the answer, Chad. He's not asking this because he wants the answer that every team has a leader. He wants the answer of this dude tap dancing around the word leader. That's the important. The questions at this point aren't for the true answer. They're for the cha-cha that is happening trying to not describe a case agent as the lead agent. So that is strategy. The more he does the cha-cha, the more this question is still going to get asked.
Other detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer,
Ding,
correct?
ding, ding.
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Billet?
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision. Your responsibility in no small part is
Thank you for everyone in the chat who
supervise
said
the individuals
billet
under
means
your
assignment.
command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because
So a number of you have said billet being military term for assignment. Is he trying to like big dog him right now with the military lingo? Or am I reading into it? Because what we're doing is trying to help the jury understand, not to fight with Jackson.
you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure
Why are
that
we
the
fighting
case
on this?
is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or the suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation,
Pictures
correct?
and like evidence logs and.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe.
Fair.
You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
That's the most
Let's try it again.
Not
accurate,
really.
explanation.
Yeah, not really.
You done?
I am.
Okay. Let's try that again.
Can you be
want to
so
make
for
sure
real?
that the evidence, as a supervisor,
Is
supervising your
preserved.
subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
You're aware that like evidence needs to go to court, right? You have like you were military police, you have like a lot of experience. You know that like there's processes and like rights and rules, and you have to bring it into court. And so you have to do things in the right order so it can come into court, or it doesn't come into court. And that's kind of a big deal. Why?
You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
Bold answer, sir.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of
Y'all, we have a little Zoom room. I need to run that answer back again. Sir, you're going to trip in the trap that you're setting for yourself with answers like this. I don't know how AJ writes fast enough.
You done?
I am.
Okay. Let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing.
How do you give that answer on the stand? Knowing what you know. You are going to walk right back into that shit at some point. If it was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of the investigation. Those words are going to come back to haunt him. That is my prediction. Because he knows that Proctor was fired. The jury doesn't know why yet. They can surmise at this point, but they don't know why yet. Oh boy.
Obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that,
putting it in
I'm
reports?
going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time,
But you write reports.
This is
Check
a
in,
very
you debrief, you brief.
serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best.
You're on the text thread. 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 And I'm not, Chad, I'm so sorry for those of you watching this for the first time. I'm trying not to foreshadow too much. You saw a little bit of the text. You saw a little peek of the text thread. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. This cross-examination is going to last 3 days with what you're doing. Because there's no way you just leave this shit on the table. This is going to be the most fun cross-examination for a lawyer ever.
To you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person.
I had to back it up.
all
I
the
had to hear
time,
it again.
but,
I'm too stunned.
This is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation.
Sorry,
correct?
integrity, honor.
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why
Yes,
you supervise.
that is one possibility. yes.
Okay, let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be
Now
inherent
it's time
biases
for the
that are
breakdown.
seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
Sir, are you
I
running your
believe-
answer through every possibility, knowing what you were disciplined for and knowing what Trooper Proctor was fired for? Because it seems like your brain is running a gauntlet instead of answering the question. And what you're not going to be able to do is run down every possible outcome of how this is going to go badly. The shit's out of the horse on that with your last few answers. You just have to answer the questions because you just have to answer the questions.
That human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome
choke.
of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to
Chat. No, we've got to let it build. We got to let it build for those that are new to this case. Chat. It is so hard. All of us. You've got this. We've got this. Oh boy, this is going to go down as one of the wildest cross examinations, and not even based on the questions, just based on the answers, like knowing what we know, knowing what he knows. AJ's using the word bias really specifically and carefully. And this dude is just giving him so much to work with.
That's why you
Yes,
supervise.
that is one possibility. yes.
Okay, let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Also, I don't think I'd have the restraint that
Especially
Jackson
if you
has at this moment. I would be like, pause. I need to write down everything you just said. We'll get back to that. And I would have tried to write verbatim that answer about, especially not in this investigation. I would have been like, pause. I just need to, I need all of that for a minute, because we're going to get back to that. And his chain of command is Trooper Tully.
Mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer. You have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge,
See, he can
to
feel the
ensure
trap being
that what
set.
they're doing fits
There's
what
nothing he
you
can do
believe
about
to be
it.
the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
If you didn't see the trap getting set before, do you feel the springs open wide at this point to go, do you feel it yet? Because
this investigation was conducted.
I have to back up, because the amount of time he paused to answer that question this is wild.
And with the integrity that is necessary.
I had to back up. I had to
the
back
word I
up.
was about to use.
I'm
That
gonna shut up.
ensures the
I had to back up.
adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected, pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor.
Well, sir, you have kicked open a wrecking ball size hole to bring in all of those texts that you're on that text chain with Proctor, because now that you've said that this was done with integrity, no bias, no influence on the evidence or the direction, we're going to have to get into what Trooper Proctor said about this defendant. And, well, we're going to have to get into you being disciplined for being his supervisor and then him being disciplined. Man. Look, some of the crosses in this case have been clunky. This is just, I can't believe this witness is saying what he's saying, but the just boom, 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 boom with this cross.
Was the person who's the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation?
Former Trooper
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
Case agent.
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that
Obviously.
you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So, in your mind, well, let me ask you this. Is a case officer another word for that? Synonym would be an investigator.
Do you use them synonymously? Shit.
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022. He was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
well, you said a lot before that,
No,
so
I didn't. I said he was assigned to the case.
Yes, he
What I
did.
said before that was January 29, 2022.
He said so. It's a synonym. Case agent, lead investigator. I use them synonymously.
Assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Right?
no.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because
We
he
can do
was
that
on
all day.
call,
Yes, we can.
any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor. Right. Sir.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Oh boy. Is that a question? His
Was
face
that a
says-
question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Sergeant? Okay.
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask you
President.
again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Objection.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, you don't.
Those statements were juvenile and regrettable, but do not reflect my feelings about the case. This investigation was conducted with honor and integrity. This investigation was conducted with honor and it's just going to look worse when all the shit comes out of the we're not even done with all of it. Oh boy.
Want to answer my question. Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity?
He said yes.
By Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
Did he leave
You
out
do
the
know
word
that he-
honor? I just have to back up. I'm not being picky. I think that was intentional.
Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
He couldn't say it.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case,
What, 6?
he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51%?
That's what he said. That's what he said.
That's your testimony?
That's the way I
That's what
understand
he
it,
said.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what he said. That's what he said. The hard thing for the jury is they don't know what's coming.
You're aware of
We do.
the
Our
search warrants that
incredulity,
were-
look, our incredulity is biased at this point. Our incredulity is completely tainted for those of us that know what is coming. The jury doesn't know what's coming, which I think will make the answers more shocking when they find out. It's hard to listen to these answers knowing what is known about the last case. For those of you watching fresh, I'm trying so hard. But the incredulity is going to be tainted by what is known, where to the jury at this point, they know that Trooper Proctor is being called Mr. Proctor. They know that this trooper has been disciplined. They know that this trooper has been disciplined for failing to supervise. They have breadcrumbs, but they do not know what is going to boom goes the dynamite yet. They don't. So it's going to be hard for the jury to put some of this in context until Jackson gets to, so is this honor and integrity? Is this honor and integrity? Is that honor and integrity? We're just... So for those of you watching for the first time, if you're like, I'm confused, hang with us. Just hang with us.
drafted
Just hang with us.
affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted
Oh, who wrote the affidavit?
Search warrants and affidavits.
in
bet it was
support of the
Trooper
search
Proc-
warrants?
I bet it was
Correct.
Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I am.
All right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
Jackson's not going to get there yet. He's going to touch on everything Proctor
Can I
touched
approach the witness?
before getting into the rest of it. He is going to go through everything that Proctor touched. Every little thing. And this can be done because this is Proctor's supervisor. Proctor's supervisor knows. With another agent, you couldn't go through it as much. With a partner, you could.
Sergeant Bukhenik, I've
Some, but
handed
with a
you
supervisor-
a binder.
Part of
And
his
it's
discipline
tabbed just for
was
your
not
convenience, so
supervising
I don't have to walk
Proctor.
back and forth. With
Thanks,
the court's
sir.
permission,
Yes.
can you open tab 1?
Sir, here's your binder. Buckle up. Let's talk about Proctor.
I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Miss Reed's cell phone.
And I think it's perfect to go, who wrote that affidavit? Who wrote that search
No,
warrant?
I would not agree with you, sir.
Who
What is
booked
that
that into
search warrant for?
evidence?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Really?
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here,
And I didn't
I
write it.
don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
That's the real point. And that's not him being evasive. That's him being precise. If he asked if it's for a cell phone and it's for a car, it's for a car.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2?
That's the point.
Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
1-3.
ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant
sir.
ending in 1-3. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
I bet it's Proctor. And I think it's a good way to present the evidence on cross.
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Shocking.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
Good way to connect.
The
how
application or the
much Proctor
affidavit?
The search warrant. Well, they
Again,
go
the
together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing
For
with
this
Ms. Reed's
case.
case. Correct?
Sir, I'm so
Again,
annoyed
I cannot
can't
say
open
from
my
the search
keys.
warrant
Like, what are you doing?
because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you
And
ever
the
seen
F-
it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
No,
I
because I'm
haven't
not
read the whole thing.
No,
so I
because I'm not the
can't-
case
I can't
agent.
testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Because you're not the
Based
case
on what you're
agent.
presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery?
Oh, God.
I'm sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed, so I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court, with a stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be.
Excuse me, Your Honor,
what
can I
you've
have the
shown
case
me
file?
Here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
Not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to
asking
take
you
the
to read
document
it.
at his word. You recognize it or not. If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3.
Jackson doesn't really care what your answer is for that guy. It's how you answer it that matters more.
Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in
Have you not figured that out
number
yet?
1-4?
Also, the state's non-objection
Yes, it is.
kind of
And
indicates
does
to
that
the jury
appear to
where we're all
generally,
at.
be associated with ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
Oh, boy.
It has an email address, an associated MAC address, so yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
I bet I can guess. I have a guess. I have a guess.
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just
Sure.
an
Who's the
affidavit.
affiant?
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4?
Fucking. Sir, are you going to try to tell me that Michael Proctor's name is at the bottom of the affidavit and you testified on direct that you got the Ring video via a search warrant and you're going to say somebody else signed it? Because that will get us into a whole different can of fuckery. If you're saying Proctor's name's on it and then somebody is like forging his name on a search warrant, that's a whole other level of fuckery. Surely you're not implying that the troopers that you supervised were forging search warrants. Surely that's not what you're testifying to. You're going to get yourself into a whole other can of
Does that appear
worms.
to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
I'm not going to speed this up either.
Based
The
on
time
the
is wild.
application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
I bet I know.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And
Connected
do you
to this
see a
case.
reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system
Oh, for the car.
regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
Oh, Jackson, don't speed things up. Don't.
There is a
How
reference
long
to
he's
it, yes.
taking is part
Okay.
of the magic.
Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Oh,
I'm sorry, tab 6, if you wouldn't
weird.
mind.
I like that he's now reading the numbers of the tabs.
Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
And Needham in the chat asked, why doesn't the judge tell him to
Yes, it
answer? If the judge interfered, it would actually step on the power of this cross-examination. If the judge said, you need to answer, it would actually undermine the point. The way he's answering is the point. The length of time it takes him to answer is the point. Jackson is going to continue to slow down as he takes more time. How long he's taking is the power of what the defense can argue later. I know not all of you appreciate a slow burn. This is going to be a slower burn cross, but no, the judge, they're not fighting in a way that the judge is like, you need to answer the question. It would be stepping on the cross. And Jackson is very well capable of tiptoeing through this cross.
Who's the affiant?
Slowing down is really the hardest part in a cross like this, when he's already dropped so much that is just the integrity and honor of it all. He's just left so much on the table. Slowing down and taking a breath and going through this.
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
You turn to tab 7, please.
I think it's incredibly effective, but as the lawyer, it's hard not to drop to the
Does that
point.
appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Guarino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
He testified about
That's
that
what
on
the
direct
report
as well.
indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that
You testified about this on direct.
Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
You're reading this like
Turn
you're
to tab 8.
shocked.
If you don't mind.
You're reading this like you're shocked.
Do you see a similar report by Trooper Greeno?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, pardon me, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
Let him find it.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
No,
I'll
he's
have to
gonna
check. Give me a
look.
second, please.
No, he's going to have to look.
My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Oh, boy.
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because
as the
he's in
case officer-
charge. Yeah, as the case officer, I would. As the case officer, I would give it to him. Why is that? Yeah, as the case officer, I would.
He's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case
Oh,
officer,
God.
he's entitled to ask for
I'm surprised we didn't hear an objection from Brennan to I'm sure you are. Jackson, it's a fine line.
things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you don't mind turning to tab 10, please.
Chat, we can request things and have them delivered. I would like a pony.
Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
Turn around. It's not going to help being in the hot seat, though.
It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes.
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
Right. Chat, do you think it makes the point about who's in charge of the investigation?
You see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos.
Oh, I do now need an absolutely shirt.
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
Right, you don't know the reports because you're not the case agent. It is incredibly effective, I think, because he's saying, well, I don't know if he's in charge. He didn't have 51%. And again, part of the defense's argument is going to be that this investigation was tainted, was biased, was inadequate, was not an investigation looking for justice, but an investigation looking to support their predetermined decision. That's their argument. I think this is an effective way to walk through, oh, you said he didn't have 51% control. Okay. Here's all the shit that he did. So you're going to tell me he's not in charge? Sure, Jan. A lot of you are asking about why the warrants aren't signed. The copies the defense has aren't signed.
It was Trooper.
They would have been
Trooper
signed and
Proctor
delivered to the
that,
court.
Analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12.
So they would have been warrants.
Do you recognize that
would have
as
been signed
being
and
a
delivered to the court. The defense just
November
might not have the
2023
signed copies.
report?
That's not a huge issue.
Yes, it's report numbered 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Wow.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022.
Oh.
3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022.
Those aren't in
Clear and
evidence
red
yet.
plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13.
Those aren't in evidence yet. And if the lab's going to rely on them for
This
their
is an evidence
reconstruction, they
submission
have
form,
to come in
correct?
somehow.
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally,
Oh, let's.
you see clothing. That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Bukhenik, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Who submitted everything to the crime
Some of those
lab?
items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items
Who signed
were
the
submitted
form?
by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So of the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was
That's
Michael
who signed
Proctor
the
who
form.
possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that
No, don't stop
Michael
now.
Proctor was involved with in terms of this
Don't
investigation, correct?
stop me now.
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor, on a day-to-day basis as the case officer, was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, right?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's a
What in the ever-loving...
report 83. There's a
What the fuck? Boston 10, what are we doing? Look. We know the FBI is watching this case. We know the feds are watching it, but what? What is happening? Hello to the NSA, the FBI, and all of the other three-letter agencies that are also watching this trial. However, could we not? Just could we not? With the satellite interference back. That is so weird. Back to our regularly scheduled trial. That was so strange.
managing.
Hold on. There we
A part in the
go.
investigations, the case
Oh my God.
officer managing the tasks, but there's a lot of people involved.
Oh
in
no, the
this
feed just
investigation.
cut.
So he touched
No, the feed
or
cut and
authored
cut
or
back.
reviewed or controlled at least every
So
bit of what you and
odd.
I have talked about this morning. All these items that we just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents. Yes,
As a matter of fact,
if not all.
Of the
If
ones
not.
that we just went through, he's not just.
We missed just the slightest moment of who's in charge of these reports, Trooper Proctor, I'm sure. But that was just fucking hilarious.
Referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No, Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report.
That's a fair answer.
To reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he.
How long until somebody stops objecting to the side comments? I think the DA is going to let it go. I really do. I don't know if the judge will jump in, but I think the DA is going to let it go. I think the DA is just like, with the both of you, good luck, everybody. Are the comments appropriate? No, they're not. Is everyone going to find them hilarious on this side of the internet? Yes, they will. How will the jury feel about it? It's up to them. It depends on how they feel about this trooper. But the jury might not be there yet with him. But they might be. If the jury's not with you, it comes across heavy-handed. If the jury is with you, then they're like, get him. Like, it really depends on where the jury's at. But does anyone disagree with that statement? I think that we all kind of agree with the comment. Appropriate in court? No. This is not all of how to do a cross. But
And Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I
Jackson
hate
also
to
doesn't
do this to
care.
you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as his supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted.
So he was telling you what he was doing. He was not asking for your input because he was in charge of the investigation. See, you would have lost all of the power of this cross-examination if you had just said, yes, he was the case agent, he was in charge. You would have lost all of that magic if you would just answer, yeah, he was in charge. But instead you're saying, no, we couldn't know everything he was doing. He was letting us know. So he was telling you, not asking you. 10-4.
Court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, as you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together, as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
The points
So
made.
you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
Man
When the
in snow.
notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th,
Oh, sir.
did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no.
No,
Right?
it's not. No, it's.
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in the...
We can't let the binder be in the way, Your Honor. There's too much left to do. We got shit to cover.
At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
Good. Okay. It's not in controversy
You'll
that you
often
took
work
over the investigation.
with a local police agency, even
It
though a
just
police
is.
department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments
knew it
when
was
they
going to
request
be
it.
a homicide.
In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So
It's
the
like we
answer
play
to
well
that
with others.
question is yes, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster.
Please do. Sure.
In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That
Correct.
was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action. Not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented.
Wouldn't
you know
he
what I
have
mean by
gone to the
documented?
What
Written on a
time did
piece
he go
of
to the
paper.
hospital?
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it.
Don't make us have a whole debate
straightforward if I
about
can.
what the proper hand gesture is for a phone, because my teen and I went round and round about this over the weekend. So I think Yuri's in the old school. How to make a call. Is making a phone call documented? No, not until it's documented.
Let's get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of...
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Your Honor, permission to lose my shit, please. Your Honor, we're going to be here for days. I'm sure it's frustrating for Jackson. I think it is a very bad look for this witness. This is the perfect time to have a reminder. A lot of you are asking, does this make him a hostile witness? No. He's already being cross-examined. A hostile witness means not vibes, not attitude. It means that the witness you call, you can then cross-examine. This is already a witness that is opposed to Jackson because it was called by the Commonwealth. But it might be a please answer the questions, Trooper. And that's, I think,
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do
For
your
an
best to
admonishment.
answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
I appreciate that Jackson went to sidebar for that instead of just doing it in front of the jury. It's strategic. Like the comments. I'm sure you're not. The comments are strategic. The going to sidebar instead of just being like, Your Honor, can you instruct this witness to answer the question? Is strategic. But I think him
Yeah,
being
just a moment, Your
evasive
Honor.
looks incredibly bad for him.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment
That was
to
just an
determine
answer.
whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house
It was
could have
also
been involved in
compound.
that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and 2 witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you?
I
On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to
Look,
join
you just
you
answer.
and process the house, correct?
Nope.
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
At least he didn't say, why would I? To his credit.
No one actually documented the crime scene
Now that he's actually answering
by
questions.
taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime Scene Services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Bukhenik. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
What do you think we were talking about?
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact Crime Scene Services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
Jim McCabe's house.
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second,
What?
third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton.
Who'd you interview at Canton PD?
The
What was the
fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant
Okay.
Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses.
That's a handoff.
Where were those
But
3
okay.
witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to at least one of them while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer
Weren't you with them all
McCabe?
day?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th. You
I
weren't
don't.
with-
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no
Okay,
idea.
so if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
On the other end of the phone.
So the
Fair.
only
He
three
doesn't know where
people
she
you
was on the other end of the phone.
interviewed were
Because he didn't write the
Jennifer
reports.
McCabe,
Because he's not the case
Matt
agent.
McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon, I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed three people,
Yes, we did.
three civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night
night
prior,
before.
and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive. Correct.
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other 2,
Before he was last seen alive.
one of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. The Waterfall, correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3, were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Talking about the first 3 interviews that you did, the first 3 civilian interviews you did that morning.
Also, this was a great question coming in by Super Chat, which was, how's long until AJ loses it with this witness? Oh no, Selby. AJ, I am sure, is having the most fun. He sounds annoyed because the jury needs to know how annoying and evasive this is. But oh no, it's don't threaten me with a good time. This is just all magic, just all magic. But his tone also indicates to the jury how dumb this is, how evasive this is, how appalling these answers are. His tone tells the jury how he feels about it. But is he having a great time? Yes. Yes. Yeah, no, not annoyed. Just like, oh, keep going, buddy. Keep going. Keep going. Just keep going. You're going to need that folding shovel by the time we're done.
Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to 3 people at a residence in Cannone. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
I don't know if they said arrived.
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that?
I mean, that calls for speculation.
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator,
Investigate.
correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right.
10 years.
Suspects ever lied to you?
Great.
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
I mean,
And if
when they
someone has
listen to you.
Would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
You
No, it's
understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's
Fair
try
enough.
it a different way.
And it's also fair. If any of you watched the YSL prosecution, one of the key witnesses in that was talking about lying to the police on the stand. And he was saying, no, you don't lie about everything. You lie about some things. That's how you lie better. You don't lie about it all. You weave it in to the things that are true so that they will believe you, which is exactly what he just said, which is not wrong. Do they lie all the time? No. It is woven in to the truth. So, I mean, he's not wrong. For all of you in the chat that are saying Woody, yes, he's not it. He's not wrong.
If these three individuals were involved in the death of John
Yeah,
O'Keefe,
he's not taking the hyperbole at
or
all.
knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three
And
interviews,
that's the
correct?
question.
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Oh, there
Totally
we go.
normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always
They always
try and be assisting, so cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You use the word always.
Always
They
be
do it all
assisting.
the time.
ABC.
But they always try to be assisting.
Well, they're cooperating.
No,
It's in the nature.
ABA.
Always.
Emily, ABA.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is a
Colloquialism?
such a definitive statement.
It's like it's a colloquialism. It's like hyperbole. It's like never. It's like always is like never.
I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes.
That's
there's
a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Emily, you're gonna zoom. No, I don't know what anyone's gonna do in any of this. I mean, we had hot mic moments last round. I'm not
wanna shift
zooming
gears
for
for a second.
anything.
Sergeant Bukhenik, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that
The bailiff's
evidence
glasses are so
at Good
good.
Samaritan Hospital. Is that
They're
right?
just so good.
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you
Earlier,
first saw it?
He said near the feet.
On the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right.
Oh, well, Leslie's going to be taking notes a million miles a minute, I'm sure. Because Jackson's doing this in real time, and Alessi can catch the things he would want to see followed up on, things to come back to later, impressions of the
Do you
jury, all
recognize
that
that,
kind of
sir?
stuff. Having
Yes,
a
I
team
do.
like
How do you
that's
recognize
incredible.
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt.
Miss Scarlett, it's a great question. Is it unusual for a bailiff to sit in the audience? That's where the witnesses come in and out, and there are also family members there. So for this courtroom, it might not be.
Depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
It's been
Your
consistent.
Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered into evidence.
These are photos of, I presume, the clothes on the hospital floor.
Well, that's being marked when
That's what he said.
we approached very briefly.
I was surprised to learn there were photos taken. All right, they're going up to sidebar. I hate that we can't see their faces at sidebar. It's just, I want to know. I'm so curious. Everyone who was gifted memberships and, Metonymy, 1979, thank you so much for all the gifted memberships. Everyone is gifted memberships today. Welcome to all our new members. I'm sorry to the moderators that slow mode no longer works because for those of you that are newer to the chat, it's very busy and slow mode does not apply to members. So the more members we have, the less slow mode applies. So if you're like, why can't I type more? We have to keep it on slow mode or I can't read it and pull out questions because it just goes too fast with almost 45,000 of you here. They marked that as evidence. They approached.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Bukhenik, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
I guess there's more. So my in-ears are stuck in my chair.
May I approach?
Pull my.
This is
It did, yes.
that's at least. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at.
It
so the
worked
jurors understand
earlier.
and follow.
I'll
Tech
do the
issue,
one to
something
my
we all
right
can
so the
relate
jurors
to.
can see there is something orange right there on the floor.
Griffin
Does that
T in the
appear to be
chat
on
said,
top of
Emily, are the
something
Commonwealth
darker?
not going to call Proctor? It seems that they're setting
it
it
does
up.
appear to be on top
So
of
that they don't have to.
possibly a darker item of clothing.
But I mean, we can't know for
possibly
sure
the
until they
jeans.
close.
I'm not sure exactly from here
Okay.
what that is.
They can
Do
also
you
change their
believe as you
mind.
sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks
And I
like
think
it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange.
And for me, it seems that the cross is set up in case Proctor does not testify for the Commonwealth. I'm sure the defense has planned for that possibility and is going to, they can make they can make the decision later what they want to do, and the prosecution can change their mind. But it seems that they are moving towards trying not to call Proctor, but there are still items of evidence that Proctor collected by himself.
Orange shirt, the jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
There's
Okay.
legs.
You see his right knee?
Those are his legs.
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Oh, the laser point? Yeah. Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
Hello also asked if Proctor can testify about police procedures if he's no longer law enforcement. Yes, because it was his job at the time. How much credibility the jury will give it is a separate issue, but yes, he can.
Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off.
Remember, he said that
Take a look to the left. Could you
there
zoom in on
were
the chair?
scratches, I think, on John O'Keefe's knee. Of course, we will have
Do you see
the
that item sitting on the chair?
coroner
Sorry.
at some point, or the coroner's
Yes,
report at
I
some
do.
point.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me,
Whose hands
I
did it?
believe he picked it up and I held the bag open.
Okay.
But
Did-
I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Oh, thank
Yes.
you, everybody.
Was it a
We banged.
paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay, was it an
A large paper bag? How did you get the paper bag with the clothes out of your vehicle like 6, 8, whatever hours later when the clothes were still sopping wet from the snow without the bag just disintegrating?
Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay,
So an evidence
so
bag.
it's an official law enforcement type bag, what a grocery bag.
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood.
Maybe it's lined.
Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt?
On direct, didn't he say that each item went into a separate bag? That's my memory of it. We'll see. Because I think he said each one went into a separate bag, but
And boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from
yes, they
Good
should
Sam,
be
Good
separate,
Samaritan
but I don't think they
straight
were.
to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
That's part
And
of the problem.
you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck,
Yes.
and then from Dighton,
Thank you, Tonks.
you went over to Canton PD. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
You have just a moment. Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based
I
on the
don't remember what
context
time
on
he
the
said.
question, I might have estimated to be
Okay.
around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used. And
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible.
Just what time? Like, how long was the clothing and the bag together before it was laid out? That's the question. This one's not like a gotcha. It's just like, no, legitimately, we need to know what time it was. How long was it together? Mango Jelly said, EDB, he's been testifying for 7 hours straight, right? Is this normal? Yes. Witnesses can testify for days. Yes. There are witnesses that will be on the stand and sometimes on cross-examination for days and days and days and days. Yep. It just depends on the case. And Dan said, Emily, do you think Trooper B seems off compared to the last trial? I think he is in a much different position than last case, saying that since this investigation, his partner has been fired, he's been disciplined, the entire chain of command's been disciplined. There's a lot that has happened since the last trial. So dejected might be the word that I would use, but he knows how bad it is.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
that refreshes my memory to my
Thank you,
testimony
CJ.
prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes.
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I think they
I
just left them in
can't
temporary
testify
evidence.
to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to, you know,
You
whatever he had to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would.
Anyone that had access to the office had access to the victim's clothing, which brings questions into anything found on the victim's clothing for me.
Would have access to that
And
area.
of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
The memory does not remain, apparently. Part of the reason I think it is so hard for him to remember things is because he wasn't the lead investigator. He wasn't writing the reports. I was really critical of Detective Hancock about this in the Rust case because she was the lead investigator and she's like, I'm not sure what they did. I'm not sure what they did. I'm like, it's your job to know. Lead. It's Proctor's job to know.
Bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It should say on there. I mean, it should say.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
Elizabeth said a evidence
I don't know
log
what
would
the
help
colloquy
too.
means. Can you?
Back and forth conversation.
I see.
Azia, I hope I pronounced that right. Anyone remember how he was reprimanded? He testified on direct about losing his 5 vacation days. That came in right in the middle of direct before we got into all of this. Sister, I apologize. Sister said, EDB, you ruined watching court for me without you. Look, man, we all have to scream yell at the same time. You can't go to a concert by yourself. It's like watching court. You can't watch court because how else do you go, oh my God, what's happening? We need, 50,000 of us to sit here and be like, oh my God, what's happening? So, yeah, I'm with you. Also, I'm sorry. I don't want to watch trials without y'all either. Kelly B asked, is Proctor on the defense list? He's on both lists, and the defense can call anyone that's on the prosecution list. So, can the defense call Proctor if prosecutors don't? They can. They can. And the prosecution seems to be doing everything they can to not. This is a long pause to read the report. Jazz Johnson asked, what has been the biggest surprise this trial? The fact that there are still surprises. It's a retrial. There's new experts. There's new information. There are still surprises. I am truly baffled that there are this many of them in a retrial.
Reviewing that document, refresh your recollection.
I've done
As
retrials.
to the date that those items were
Generally
ultimately
no
bagged,
surprises.
labeled.
I mean,
Yes, based on the
unless a witness fully just flat out lies and you're like, last time you said this, last time you said this. But not like this.
tag on the bag. When I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag.
And because I was talking, let's just get back to where we were. When John O'Keefe's clothes were bagged into evidence, this is going to be an important timeline for the defense. It baffles the mind. They took possession of the clothes on January 29th, 2022. They were secured into evidence on February 4th, 2022.
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
Weird.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast
like, I
machine
don't know.
to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label.
The Beast Machine. I could have a whole side quest finding out why they call the evidence labeler the Beast Machine. I don't think we have time for that fucking side quest. I don't know who printed that label. I don't know how it got there. Right, it's like you're not the case agent.
I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
'Cause you're
That
not
would
the
be
case
normal
agent.
protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you.
Ding, ding, ding,
He would be the
ding,
one to
ding.
gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer's not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence, so I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
A great line of questioning.
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate
Oh, the
daily.
huge team of 4?
So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially.
Don't you have to make a fucking evidence log? I'm sorry, I just woke up my cat. Because it would clear all this up if you just logged it into evidence with who bagged and tagged it and when. Is there not a time printout and initials on the stamp? But that's not the point for Jackson. The point is not who did it. The point is that no one knows who did it. And that's the problem.
The supervisor literally just said, I have no idea who bagged it.
His whole face says IDK.
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
We're just speculating
About what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your
Right.
best estimate would be knowing the protocols at the MSP
Could
and
be
in the
lunch meat,
unit
could be peaches.
would be the
Yep.
case officer who's controlling the items of evidence, would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
We're clear on that. But you brought it into
So
court
for
here
6
today.
days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes
I'm surprised he didn't back
former
away
Trooper
from that,
Michael
actually.
Proctor.
That's correct.
Right, because it's just true. Clothing was accessible. The reason that this is coming up is because there's a couple reasons, but I'm going to stick to what the prosecution said in their opening. In the prosecution's opening, they say that Taillight was found on John O'Keefe's clothing. It's not just that the procedure is fucking terrible here, it's that the prosecution is anticipating that the evidence will show that there were taillight fragments on John O'Keefe's clothing. And this is being illuminated with the defense because their argument's going to be, so that shit was sitting there for 6 days and anyone could have touched it. Okay.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe.
By who?
But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before it was bagged.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have
It's long.
a single document
It's heavy, it's wood.
establishing the chain of
long.
custody for those
It's
items
long. It's better than
between
that. It's good.
January
I've never
29th
seen a log like
and
that.
February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the chain?
I'm sorry. My brain was singing log. I need to back up. We got to another absolutely not. I think we're at 3 or 4 today. But my brain was singing log with chat. Chat, you were also singing log. So let's back up from it's big, it's heavy, it's wood. No, I've never seen a log like that.
It was documented in
Okay.
reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log?
My brain hurts.
After the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span.
Oh no, there's no log. Why would there be a log?
I have never seen a log like that, no.
I'm sorry. The way he said that's so fucking funny to me.
The fact is, we
So
don't have
ridiculous.
a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Oh,
Where's the chain? Where's
split it.
the log of the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on
Oh,
it.
AJ,
that
we know what
logs
paper looks like.
the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so it'd be redundant, really.
It would be redundant.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
What I anticipate should exist is a chain of custody that says who picked it up and bagged and tagged to the hospital, when it was put out to dry, what time and by who, how long it was out to dry, and then who bagged it, how and when before it went into evidence. Those are the things I would expect. That explanation. Would I expect them to document day 1, day 2, day 3? Not necessarily. But it should at least be in a report saying it was drying for these days and then we decided to bag it for these reasons. And the evidence log should show when it was put out to dry, who bagged it after that at a minimum. It's like,
That is
absolutely
not right.
It would be redundant.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd.
I didn't realize he was in the middle of waiting to answer a question.
And February 4th.
I'm backing it out.
That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so
you.
it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were
Wouldn't it be
the next day,
documented
February
somewhere?
4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
I think AJ said, can I just have a moment, Your Honor? Oh, boy.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Oh, we went through that in, well, we went through
Yes,
that in,
Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw.
They're going to go back for it.
I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
That's a lot of people on the scene.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I
Would it be in the report?
item and left.
I mean, even if it was raining, would it
Did
just be in the report?
you write a report? I'm going to combine these into all 3 dates together.
Mm-hmm.
Did you write any report Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask him individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not
Did you? I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports, so I'd have to take a look which report documents.
I really do just picture police departments all over the country playing this cross-examination and be like, okay, well, if you don't want to do this, let's talk about policies and procedures. We're not just being picky when we have all these rules about evidence and we call you in and say, where the fuck is your report? You don't do this. Like, don't do, just put it on the TV. Hey, y'all, don't do this.
It's my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality,
Is there a report?
Sergeant, is that
Because reporter,
no
it didn't
report
happen.
was written about any of these searches.
Reporter, it didn't happen. It's like Pixar, it didn't happen in the Instagram age. Report or it didn't happen. Your law enforcement. Report or it didn't happen. How many of you in the chat work in a job where literally reporter, it didn't happen? This isn't just law enforcement. And we're not talking about TPS reports. Report or it didn't happen.
On February 4th.
I backed this up a little bit.
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally.
The FBI!
How is it possible that you are finding evidence at 34 Fairview, excavating, and nothing documents it until November 4th, 2023? We are talking about February 2022. November of 2020. Fred, I am on a roll, cat. What? Get away from my cake. What are we? November of 2023. How do I not remember this? How do I not remember this? How are you not logging evidence? How are you not logging evidence that you've recovered from 34 Fairview for almost, 2 years? And again, this is why I think one of the defense's strongest arguments in this case is, hey, y'all. So with this shit, do you have a lot of questions? Right. That could be possible. That could be possible. It can't be possible if you're following procedure. It can't be possible if you're following procedure that it's okay to not log or report that evidence was found, who was there, when they found it, until November of 2023. It could be possible. It's just so casual. Yeah. Not, oh no, we would never do that. Not absolutely not. We would have documented it within 10 days. 14 business days. No. Nope. Yeah, sounds about right. Sure. More than a year later. Seems normal. Seems reasonable. Seems like a thorough, what did he say? A thorough, just, proper investigation. Are those the words that were used earlier? Tell me again about that.
February 10th, your activity on February 10th.
I had to back up more.
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023.
God, that's so
Correct?
bad.
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
Too much.
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags.
Okay, sir. Okay.
A report is designed
Fred
to
is
memorialize
distressed.
exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports
Does
at
your
different
department
times.
have like operating
I want
procedures?
to ask you about this February 4th
Do you always just
visit to the crime scene.
log it on the bag and
You
not write a
indicated
report?
that-
Like that's
Sometime in the morning,
That can't be
8:45, 9 a.m.,
SOP.
something like that, you responded
On the 4th, sir?
on the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know,
Before,
if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
he's like it's on the bag.
Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins?
The jury doesn't really know yet.
Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends? Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
There would have been a conversation about why Higgins had an office as a federal ATF agent in Canton PD. But
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him and
No,
him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
are you sure about that?
Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted.
Attorney Little is immediately just like, seek and find.
And told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated that he was driving by and saw...
Chat, yes, I agree with you. It's like you write a report, so when you don't remember, you have it memorialized. Yet you're not wrong, chat. You are not wrong. All of you were like, but so you need the report to help you remember, which is the reason you write the report. So that's why you're asking if you can see it, because it helps you remember.
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated that he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by,
He's not
I would
skipping.
take it to be in a car
And
at speed.
did you question Chief
Not on a-
Berkowitz
not on a
about, by the way,
bike.
about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He keeps saying was, which indicates that Chief Berkowitz
He indicated to you
has passed away
that he was
since.
driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? Objection. He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Objection.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that
I mean, I
conflict
think
of
it was
interest?
known. I think it just was
No.
a fact at that
Because just
point.
days earlier, the sergeant, the Canton Police Department
Like that doesn't.
had in fact recused himself.
Of all the things that have been like, what the fuck is happening? This is one of the less what the fuck is happening. They all knew that Canton PD had recused themselves. I'm not surprised that they didn't go into it more, truly. I'm more surprised about all those reports or lack thereof, but we all knew there was a conflict and they recused themselves, so I didn't ask. Okay. Okay. Oh, we're almost done for the day, too. Fred's done for the day. Fred's my cat.
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point.
What is my
3
weather
or 4 days after,
doing?
5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from the parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest the brother of the homeowner, being a detective, the chief of that department drives by.
Jackson, he was not a detective. He was the bestest detective, all sarcasm intended.
In a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry?
I object.
I can barely hear the objections. There have been so few. But we are going to get into who did this interview.
Was your understanding, at least at the time,
This is an
that the whole-
unavailable witness. If the chief did give an interview and has since passed, they can bring up some of these things. I don't know if they went through establishing this as an unavailable witness. I don't know. Can they do this later? Yes, they can if they don't want to do it today. But we will see how much further down this road they go.
purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest. To avoid that.
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet, it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up.
Which is
that
maybe
morning.
a problem.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, John, sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Aaron.
The judge is like, we're not going to finish, so can we just be done?
Cautions, please.
All right, jurors, 4 o'clock.
Anyone, don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I'm checking on my weather.
Very careful with your social media use. And again, Sergeant.
When my local weather
All
goes
rise for
live
the court,
for
please.
severe weather.
Close your notebook, follow me.
Can I see counsel about scheduling, please?
Let's see. I mean, we can deal with hail and thunder. All right. Yes, she wants to see counsel about scheduling. We're going to round out the day. I was just looking at maps of our severe weather warnings because when I see that my local severe weather goes live, I'm like, why are you live though? Why are you live though? How worried do we need to be? Not very. We can deal with thunder and the thunder and lightning and the thunder. I wonder if they'll put anything on the record about scheduling. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. But oh yes, as I said earlier, Trooper B is going to continue, and I'm not surprised. Pink Glamour said just had a gnarly hailstorm here in southern Kentucky. I wouldn't be surprised if that was headed this way or if we have one coming up, but I'll go look at those in a minute. Because we will be fine with hail and thunder and lightning. It'll be all good. I mean, the light outside's getting a lot darker. Let's see if they put anything else on the record. I would love to know what they're saying about scheduling. Are we going to know? Maybe not. Because it looks like they are indeed done for the day as the judge is walking off the bench. So, that was a day, huh, Law Nerds? How you feeling today? That was we've had some interesting days in court, but man, oh man, let's we need a little lip gloss. We need a little lip gloss. Maui Love said, EDB, do you miss the California weather? I mean, I don't miss the fires and the earthquakes. I miss family, friends. There is food that I miss, but I do not mind the weather in Middle Tennessee. There are days that I will definitely whine about it being humid, but I love having some snow in the winter. I love having seasons. I love my property taxes. and land and lack of traffic. There are lots of things that I love. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy today. All right. Let's see if we can summarize. See if we can summarize today. We were at the end of day 12 of the Karen Read trial. Trooper Bukhenik is still on the stand under cross-examination with Alan Jackson. I think that it is probably maybe the most difficult direct examination for the prosecution today. You can tell that Trooper B is not thrilled with how everything has shaken out since the last trial. Then again, I know everything that's shaken out since the last trial. So am I putting my own knowledge into that? Maybe, because the jury doesn't know everything and is sitting there maybe trying to place where the dejectedness and sometimes defensiveness is coming from. It's very hard to separate what we know, because that trooper 100% looks frustrated on the stand. During direct, he not only brought out an evidence bag and said, when asked specifically if it was the victim's shoe from the hospital, said, no, this is the victim's shoe from 34 Fairview. And that resolved at sidebar after a break with the defense prosecutor and witness getting to speak to each other. The defense hasn't brought that up again in cross. We will see if they do. I can only presume that it was resolved to the defense's satisfaction, because they did not, bring it up anymore. And that did come into evidence. As we got that, I thought was a very tough moment for the prosecution, knowing the other things that will be pointed out about this investigation. It's just completely sloppy and it looks terrible. Even if it is simply an error, which it may well be, it does not look like this was a well put together investigation when you're supervising troopers on the stand and doesn't know where the evidence has come from, even when asked directly. We also got into evidence recovered from 34 Fairview in early February. We heard about the victim's clothes being recovered from the hospital and more with Trooper B on direct. After lunch, I thought we would get into quite a bit more direct examination, and we didn't. And I was really surprised that we didn't see more direct examination of this trooper. We saw video from CF McCarthy's and video from the Waterfall with very little commentary. The prosecution pointed out no drinks that Karen Read had at the Waterfall, tried to point out John O'Keefe leaving the Waterfall with a drink in his hand. That got objected to because it was blurry AF. And how can you even see that anyway? And then into cross-examination. And that was what we did for the rest of the day. It was very clear that Trooper B was not going to acquiesce to calling Proctor the lead investigator. Nay. The case agent. He is the case agent. And I think it was really a gift to Alan Jackson personally and the defense when he would not just say, yeah, he was the lead investigator, he was in charge. Because Alan Jackson brought up a binder and put it on the witness stand, said tab 1. Whose name is at the affidavit of that search warrant? Trooper Proctor? Great. Tab 2. Whose name's on that search warrant affidavit? Trooper Proctor? Great. Tab 3. Whose name is on that search warrant affidavit? Trooper Proctor? Right. Tab 4. And when there weren't search warrants, there were reports that referenced Trooper Proctor doing what? Getting a search warrant. And he went through it methodically with all of the things in that binder. And then when we got to like 12, 13, 14, he said, and Trooper Proctor was involved in recovering this information and that information. And Trooper B said there were over 100 reports here. And he goes, well, we could do this all day and go through all these reports. But I think the point was very well made by the defense that as much as Trooper Bukhenik wants to distance from calling the lead investigator or calling the case agent a lead investigator. He was the one in charge. And other points in the cross pointed that out, where the trooper said, I don't know what was going on with that, because Trooper Proctor, Mr. former Trooper Proctor, was doing things and then reporting back to his supervisors because he was in charge. It's just a fact. He was assigned this case. Period. Some of the responses on cross-examination I found to be incredibly surprising. And I think they are going to come back to haunt this case, because this trooper said that this investigation was done with integrity, that this investigation was completed without bias. We haven't gotten into the firing of Trooper Proctor and the findings there. We've gotten a little bit into Trooper Bukhenik's disciplinary action as Trooper Proctor's supervisor. But it's not even doubling down when he was talking about this investigation being completed with honor and integrity. And then when asked if Mr. former Trooper Proctor completed this investigation with honor and integrity, the answer eliminated the honor part of the question and said with integrity. We haven't gotten to the heart or the full thrust of the text messages from Trooper Proctor. So it's going to be a lot more cross-examination. When the cross-examination circled back to items of Taillight and John O'Keefe's hat that were found at 34 Fairview in early February, as we got into those items, one of the, I think, more stunning moments, and if it came up before, I've completely forgotten, I am stunned again, that when those items were recovered in February 3rd, February 4th, February 10th, or what have you, no report was written about the collection of those, who was there, why they were there, the rest of it, until November of 2023. And the trooper said, no, I object that it wasn't documented. And that's my word, not his. He said, on the evidence bag, it says who found it and where. The jury's going to have the evidence bags with them when they go back to deliberate, and they can decide whether or not that is a report or a notation. But how many individuals were on scene, when they got onto scene, how they were looking, what they saw when they saw, those things were not documented in reports. It was just written on the evidence bag. And I think the defense did a very good job of pointing out that the victim's clothing were taken from the hospital. They were all put into one bag. Later that evening, and we don't know exactly what time because it doesn't seem to be documented, it went back into the exterior of the evidence room and laid out on butcher paper to dry. And it was more than 6 days before it was eventually bagged back up into evidence bags and then marked into evidence. And in one of the most forthcoming answers of cross-examination, when the defense asked who had access to that room, the answer was anyone with a key card. It was not in locked evidence. Anyone with a key card. And we know that this is one of the arguments the defense is going to make, that anyone had access to the victim's clothing over a period of 6 days before they were sent out for testing. The prosecution stated in opening that there were pieces of Taillight found on John O'Keefe's clothing. And the defense is going to argue, and they had pieces of Taillight and John O'Keefe's clothing, and anyone had access to it. What's not in evidence yet is additional items of Taillight that were recovered by Trooper Proctor and Trooper Proctor alone, the only person who recovered them. It will be interesting to see what the prosecution is going to do with that, because last trial we saw all of the scientific evidence come in where they reconstructed all of those pieces of Taillight together with tape and put the puzzle together of the Taillight pieces. Will they do that again? Well, if they do, they're going to need the evidentiary foundation for the pieces that Proctor recovered. I don't know how they're going to do that if they choose not to call Trooper Proctor. But it seems that the prosecution is trying to do everything they can to use Trooper B for everything they can. And it seems to me that the defense's cross-examination anticipates that the prosecution may choose not to call Proctor. And it will be real interesting to see what they do from there, because the defense could choose to still call him. And that will be wild. So, what do we have left from the prosecution? Well, we need to get all the foundation for the evidence that they sent to the lab. We have multiple medical experts. We haven't heard from the ME. We haven't heard the evidence from what was recovered from Karen Reed's car data. And we haven't heard their reconstruction. One of the things they need for reconstruction is the debris field. So now that they have, and I wonder if they're going to put in any other evidence that was found at 34 Fairview, now that they have what Trooper B was on scene to recover at 34 Fairview, maybe they will go to accident reconstruction after they go to what they recovered from downloading the car. And I don't know if the company that did the reconstruction also did the additional downloads from the car. It may be the same, and that may be the same witness. But it's going to get real interesting in the next couple of days of this trial, now that we have Trooper B on the stand. And I have to wonder how much the jury is thinking about the Proctor in the room of it all and what happened. We got 3 text messages. Not good at all. Not the worst. We know that Trooper B got disciplined for a text thread. We don't know much more about that text thread. We know that he says that he did it from his Apple Watch, and that text message thread was coming through his work phone, which is apparently connected to his Apple Watch. And the jury's left without much more information. I don't know about you, but if I'm sitting there without more information, I'm like, what happened? But what happened? Because it's Trooper Proctor, former Trooper Proctor. They know that it's former Trooper Proctor. But what happened? And they don't know that yet. When will they? How will they? I guess we're going to have to wait and see. Because the jury's got to be, at the end of the day, being like, but what? But what? Those texts are offensive. But what else happened? Because I don't think if this trooper got disciplined with 5 days of missed vacation, the jury's going to assume that that's why Trooper Proctor got fired. I don't think that they will make that leap. I think they would want more information. And if the prosecution does not answer the questions for the jury and leaves them with substantial questions, how do you prove your case? When you are asking a jury to find someone guilty of murder, they've charged her with second-degree murder amongst the other charges. How do you look at them in closing and say, this is what happened? How do you answer all of those questions? Real interested to see the rest of it. How is the prosecution going to continue to put in this case? Because they are doing it much differently. But at this point, I will be surprised if they call Brian Albert, Nicole Albert. They're clearly not calling everyone else from the Waterfall, which means we won't hear from the Kolakithises, which is probably great for them. They were delightful. Do we need them to say we were there and it was snowing? No. The prosecution has taken a much more linear approach. But of all the days of trial so far, day 12 was a real rough day for prosecutors and a real solid cross-examination for the defense. They've had some clunky cross-examinations too. Today was not a clunky cross-examination. I think the points have been made very clearly that this investigation was anything but thorough. And that Trooper Proctor is in the middle of all of it. Should we get to some questions? Should we get to some questions? We should get to some questions. Oh boy. Oh boy. So let us see. Miguelina had sent me a message. Let's see. Miguelina said that after court today, Karen Reed briefly said, well, let's pull it up. Thank you, Miguelina. Chat and Miguelina, I appreciate you. We normally don't pull up anything that has happened after court, but let's just
They're going to call Trooper Proctor.
Hold on. Let's just since we're talking about Trooper Proctor, let's just real quick pull it up. Because, well, y'all are going to ask. So let's see. From after court today, this looks like a cell phone video. It is not great quality, but that is okay. It doesn't matter. It sounds like we can hear. Miguelina said this was asked during lunch, not at the end of the day. Fair. Lunch, end of the day. I use them synonymously. Let's see what they have to say as they are leaving court. I'm gonna make myself a little smaller.
Proctor or not?
No, how do we back up? All right, there.
Karen, do you think they're going to call Trooper Proctor or not?
Nope. This whole defense team is just living for the
Nope.
Will the defense?
TBD.
I mean, they're not going to tell anybody if the defense is going to call him. Can the defense call Trooper Proctor?
Karen, do you
Yes.
think they're going to call
Do I think Karen saying that the prosecution's not going to call Trooper Proctor is 10 out of 10 what's going to happen? We'll see. Until we get to the end of the prosecutor's case, I'm not overly persuaded just yet. Do you think they're going to... Here, we'll just run it again. We'll just run it one more time. Do you think they're going to call Trooper Proctor?
Karen, do you think they're going to call Trooper Proctor or not?
Nope. She doesn't think they're going to call Proctor. When asked, will the defense call Proctor? She said TBD. Could the prosecution choose to call Proctor? Yes. Could the defense choose to call Proctor? Yep. Do you think? Nope. She doesn't think they will. Might they? They still might. So that is the clip from Court TV. We will see what the Commonwealth chooses to do. The attorneys are under a gag order, so the attorneys can't really confirm anything unless court staff is confirming things. Oh, for those of you asking, what does TBD mean? To be determined. And the defense isn't going to decide anything until the Commonwealth rests their case. Because the Commonwealth can change their mind and say, we might. So Karen Reed does not think that the Commonwealth will call Trooper Proctor. Does that mean that the Commonwealth will not call Trooper Proctor?
Nope.
That's my opinion!
She doesn't think they will. She might be right. But they might still decide to call him, and that decision might change. And that decision can change. And very well can. So do I take that as gospel that he's not being called? I don't. I don't at all. So we'll see. Insert name here said, Emily, do you really think that the jurors do not do any research? Yes, I do. Jurors tend to take their jobs really seriously. And when cases are a big deal, if anybody's in the chat who has been on a jury wants to chime in the chat on your feelings on it. But yeah, they take it real seriously. Also, jurors telling each other. Jurors telling each other all the time. If a juror came in and was like, oh, I saw this, another juror is going to 100% tell the court. They take it very seriously. T. Lita says they're not calling him per Court TV. Court TV is basing it off of Karen Reed's statement, though. No, I don't think that's... Y'all can take it how you want. I'm not taking it as definitive. So I'll take a look at it over the evening, but based on I don't think they're calling him, I'm not taking it as definitive at this point. Paula said, where is Karen's gag order? Well, she has a right to speak. Her lawyers don't have to. Bless Mom from Texas said, yes, I've been on a jury. It's very serious. I took it very seriously when I was on jury duty. And I've seen a lot of you in the chat saying the same thing. Jurors, not only do jurors feel, in a lot of cases, bond with one another, but they take it seriously. Also, these days in court are exhausting. I imagine they go home and are just like, you can't talk to me about the case. Don't talk to me about the case. I can't. It's no. But jurors take their duty really seriously. And that's in any kind of case. When you get to a murder case, people are being asked to decide a murder case. When the judge says to them, do not do any research, they say they won't. And they take that incredibly seriously. People who would tend to fuck around with that, find a way to get out of jury duty. And all of you in the chat that have been on jury duty have said, I took it all so seriously. I took all the notes. Blesky said, I took it deadly serious. It's dealing with people's lives. And that is what I have found from the jurors that I have talked to after the cases that I've done, that they take it very seriously. And that goes from the smallest misdemeanor case I ever tried to murder cases. Jurors feel the weight of what they're being asked to decide, and they know that there are real world consequences. And there have been jurors in voir dire that have come up and said, I cannot sit in judgment of someone like this. I cannot do this. I appreciate the honesty. People who are just like, I don't want to do it, find a way to be off of jury duty. But the jurors I have found that sit for jury duty, take it as a civic duty with pride. They take integrity in it, and they 100% tell on each other. In the Cardi B case, one of the jurors was talking to the other one at like a morning break or a lunch break. I don't remember when the conversation was, but the juror talked about, and this was a Cardi B versus a YouTuber defamation case. And the jurors started talking about the case like, oh my God, I can't believe like all of that's going down on YouTube. Because part of what came in the case is how many views the YouTube videos were getting, how much money the YouTube was making, all the rest of it. And the juror was like, oh my God, I can't believe like YouTube tea, like what's going on? The juror who that was said to went to the court and said, this juror is trying to talk to me about the case. And both jurors, I believe, were removed, but the juror who was talking about it was for sure removed. And the other juror, I think, said, I can still be fair. But that wasn't research outside court. That wasn't forming an opinion. That was just like, oh my God, tea. That was just like, I want to chat about the case. Not even expressing an opinion like, oh my God, YouTube. What? And that juror was removed. They can't talk about the case. They take that seriously. So yes, I do think jurors take it seriously. And what we've seen in juror interviews is when jurors are, when their integrity is questioned in high profile cases, jurors get pissed. They're like, you don't understand how seriously we took this. And that has been consistent. Jessica Jones in chat said, EDB can confirm, took my role, jury role seriously last time I served. I wouldn't even ride in the elevator with the attorneys during trial because you're told not to have conversation and it can look like you've made eye contact. I would get out of elevators if jurors were in it. Jurors would get out if I was in it, if they saw me. People do take it seriously. So yes. And chat, thank you so much. So many of you shared your experiences about being on jury duty, and all of you said, I was stressed. I took it very seriously. And jurors can talk to each other. They just can't talk about the case. They can't talk about the case. They can talk about the weather, their families, their favorite bands, their concerts, the lawyer's shoes. No, they probably wouldn't talk about the lawyer's shoes, not until later. But they can't talk about the case. How hot it is in the courtroom, what they got for lunch, if they would prefer that they got that thing for lunch again, their lives. And they form a bond, but it's also why when we look at especially high profile cases, because that's what it gets televised. When you see jurors take a little bit longer to come back with a verdict, it's because they sit there 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks more, and they cannot talk about the case. By the time they get to deliberations, they can finally talk about the case. And so even if they may be all on the same page, oftentimes jurors just want to talk about it for a minute because they can't process it with anyone. And imagine how hard it is to process information when you can't talk about it with anyone. You're going to be shocked, chat. Gird your loins. I am a verbal processor. Shock. How do you process information for me when you can't talk about it with anyone? You can't take your notes out of the courtroom and go back over your notes at the end of the day. And you can't talk about it with anyone. You have to sit there and wait. And that is a very difficult thing. Emily, have you ever served on a jury? Nope. Have I been called for jury duty? Yes. But I got called for jury duty on LADA cases, and they're like, yeah. And I had DAs from my office get called on jury duty on my cases, and I'd be like, I know that guy. Can't be on the case. No. Hope you enjoyed the day off of work. Jurors on my cases, how did they come dressed? Business casual, sometimes jeans, t-shirts, just what they are comfortable in. And it really depends on the courthouse. Can jurors talk about you? Other cases, when they are on jury duty, I imagine they stay away from the topic of cases, period. When I am the attorney on the case, the jurors generally don't talk about you until the end. And the reason I know that they talk about me is because jurors would come up and ask me things like, what water bottle did you have? What shoes are those? Where did you get your glasses? You had a lip gloss on day 3. Can you tell me things like that? And then we would also talk about the cases because in California, you're allowed to talk to jurors after the case if they want to talk to you. And jurors would stay and let me know what they thought. So, yeah. MM said, are jurors banned from using social media? Not banned. They're told to be very careful with social media. I think every juror gets to decide that for themselves. But even during the Depp Heard case, when my husband was on social, he wouldn't see anything about the case. It just did not come up in his feed. For those of us that were watching it, I'm sure it felt like it was everywhere. But he didn't see it at all. Like at all. And it was stunning to me that he was just like, I haven't seen anything about this case come up. So, all right, we're going to, and also when people accidentally see something, we saw that, I don't remember what case it was in where a juror disclosed it. It might've been in this case in one of the motions where a juror saw like a billboard, because there are billboards about this case around Massachusetts, which I imagine, and around Boston, which makes it a bit harder. But I think if I was on jury duty, I would be like, hey, I'm not going to be on social for a bit, and just take the time off and be like, I'm going to get my Audible going. Murdaugh too, that's right. I'm going to get my Audible up and going, and I'm out. Would you be sad? I mean, I don't know if I would be sad. If you had a reason to just be like, peace out social media for 6 weeks, and it felt like a good reason, be like, yeah, bye. I'd be okay with it. YouTube would be hard for me, but I watch I love YouTube. I might be like, hey, I need to catch up on every season I've not watched of Survivor. A lot of people said they would love to serve jury duty, which doesn't surprise me. Loch Nessie said, I couldn't watch this anywhere else. Thank you for the safe, educational, and fun space to be. Cheers to the mods, chat, and our EDB. I mean, it's a fun, safe space if you are good with the interruptions. Clearly not everyone is, and that's fine. We're not for everyone. We're for us. Sarah Lou said at EDB, I was lucky enough to see Metallica at Virginia Tech last night. Amazing. I have been an alumni Is it Hooky? No, I'm not going to say that right. So I'm going to defer. For 30 years now, I am a Metallica fan too. Thank you for all you do. You're welcome. Metallica is great. What time is it? Oh, I have an interview tonight. I'm going to have to get going. We're going to go through a few more questions. And then I'm going to have to just zoom. NJ Nancy, I see your question. That is not in evidence yet. If it comes into evidence, we'll talk about it then. To everyone who gifted memberships, y'all are the best. Thank you. Okay, Miss Thing, tell me all because I missed it. Case briefs are up on the Emily D. Baker podcast feed and YouTube channel. If you have not subscribed to the Emily Show YouTube channel, that's where the case briefs go. And that's where the podcast goes this week. I am pretty sure we will be talking about the Diddy trial that is getting underway there in jury selection. There have been some new developments. We'll talk about it on Monday. Tiffany said, I'm behind, but my husband is a professional standards sergeant, and I tell him he needs to turn this whole case into a training on what not to do. God, there's so much room there. Yes, and you can use all the video. There's so much room there. Doug says, I'm a claims analyst, and I was so confused by the lack of documentation. Literally everyone. Literally everyone is like, what? What? Just what? Oh, please, jury, know that this is incompetence. I think that the incompetence does not need to be highlighted. Like, even if the jury got to, okay, it's a blizzard, nobody knows how to do this in a blizzard. They're trying with the solo cups, and those are decisions I wouldn't make. By the time we get to no report, no documentation, 2 years later, I think the jury's like, that just doesn't sound right. So again, this is why 12 people deliberate, so they can all be like, y'all, that sounds a little sus. Sounds like they're not doing what they could. And I don't know how jurors will feel about it, but jurors in the last trial, really the division was on count 2. I've seen a lot of requests to talk about count 2. We will do it another day. We have discussed it numerous times. We will do it another day. There's actually a little more I want to look into about count 2 and some of the case law around it. And we haven't gotten to talk about that yet, but count 2 is going to be the count I think we'll see a little bit more conversation about in closing. I also hope the attorneys push for a longer closing this time. An hour just seems ridiculously insufficient for a closing of a trial of this. It's just 3 hours, 2.5, like one is just, whew. And I wonder if the judge will give it to them to say, Your Honor, there was confusion about these counts. We didn't have time to explain the case and the jury instructions. It's too much to synthesize. Anything over 3 hours, I think it gets a little long, but I think they should have a little bit more room. Like an hour on the dot is too short for a case like this. Good to see you. Matt Bond said, is he really climbing this hill? I'm, yes. Trooper B saying that, unfortunately fired was an interesting turn of phrase. Jojo, thank you for the super chat, said, I find it extremely sus with his phrasing us. He's twirling around his answer to basic questions. Also, I feel like they should check for any communications between him and Mr. Proctor. The defense can ask, when's the last time you spoke to Mr. Proctor? They absolutely can. We've seen them ask that with some of the other witnesses. They haven't asked yet, but I think that they can. Also, he answered, we did a lot of things. I wonder if it's because part of him just, Fred, hi, you are just like half asleep and wandering. I just wonder if he doesn't remember exactly what he did and exactly what Proctor did, because the reports were just not clear enough to remember what he did. When you look at witnesses who have really thorough documentation, like O'Hara from the CERT team, it's This person arrived at this time. This person arrived at this time. It's not because they remember. It's partly because they remember, but it's because they documented it so they could review it later. Same with Jessica Hyde and the forensic experts. When we get to the crime scene, not the crime scene, when we get to the lab, you will see how detailed they are, and they're able to be that detailed because they report. They write it all in their reports so they can give detail, because you won't remember it all. That's the point. It's just the lack of, hi, buddy. I see you. I know. I'm waiting for him to literally just try to jump on my neck. What? Hi. Okay. You can just hang out there. You can judge until I pet. Let's finish some questions. And then okay? No, he's just gonna sit there and judge me. Thank you. You're a very motivational coworker right now, Fred. I don't know where George is, but Fred is just like, you're not done yet. 12 days into trial before Fred started objecting to me still being streaming, which is pretty funny. J Pro asked, is the Commonwealth theory that she backed into John O'Keefe and that's how he died? Yes, intentionally. That is their theory. Because the way I see it, if he was hit from the back of a car, then he would be lying on the road, not in someone's yard. There are a lot of questions that remain unanswered. So, Victor, we did not get to the least YouTube friendly word today. I was surprised we haven't gotten there today, but maybe tomorrow. It will be inbound at some point. Laura said, we are in an alternate universe. Yes, we are. A Rose said, thumbs up. My mother-in-law's texts all the time, passive aggressively. I normally do a heart if it means that I read it. Like, oh, I read that. A thumbs up's like agree. Exclamation. I don't know. I guess every group text has its own way to reference it. Elizabeth, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate the birthday wishes. We didn't even get into the rest of the cake. It was too busy, but we have a chocolate chip bundt cake because it's delicious. Wedge said, and now we've got this lovely hoodie. I got 40 from the guy in the back. Do I get 50? The clothes being pressed in plastic is different. It is different. I'm not sure when that choice was made or how. It struck me as odd when they pulled it up in court too. It really, really does. So with all of that, Lonards, I have got to go. I have a lot of questions we did not get to. We will get to more tomorrow. I think I answered as many as I could. Oh, Allison, this was a great question. I saved it from so much earlier in stream. Could you explain more why you don't like the way the DA's office is set up to investigate deaths? Completely personal, but also this is what I am familiar with. I have not worked in a whole bunch of different DA's offices. So my experience is my experience. I think there is a role for law enforcement to investigate and the district attorney's office to file those cases as a check and balance, to look at the investigation and say yes or no. When you are involved in the investigation more from the beginning, I think it can be harder to take a step back and overview the case. That said, the U.S. Attorney's Office is set up very much like that. The U.S. Attorney's Office will develop their cases with federal law enforcement, but the FBI doesn't have an office inside the U.S. Attorney's Office. Having the investigators in the DA's office all in the same office, you know everyone. I think there needs to be a bit of separation so that you can evaluate the cases. That said, the federal prosecutors have an incredibly high threshold for what they will file. So when I look at federal cases, I don't generally look at federal cases and go, we really doing that? You look at federal cases and go, well, they're ready for trial on that. That's why they filed it. They've got, 3 signed confessions all on video, DNA. and the rest of it. The feds have a very, very high filing threshold. And there is a whole lot of chain of command when you are dealing with being a federal prosecutor. Different than when you are a state level agency. I don't know how many prosecutors they have in the Norfolk DA's office. It's not a ton. So when the DAs are working up the cases to file, I think you're not working as a check and balance with the cases. And there are plenty of times that law enforcement will go to the DA's office and be like, this is what we've got. What are your thoughts? And DAs will give input and say, hey, you need more search warrants on this. I think you need more of this. And if you don't have it, then you don't have it. And then there's nothing we can do. So there are times that prosecutors give input, but when they are all working alongside each other, I think it is more difficult to have those checks and balances with people you work closely with all of the time. It's much easier when everybody's a bit removed and it's a bit more neutral. And I say that because we were watching this case, and it is not shocking that I do not think this investigation was done well. And when an investigation isn't done well, I would anticipate that the DAs look at law enforcement and say, pardon me, what? The actual fuck? And can you please tell me how I explain to a jury? Can you just, how would you like me to explain this to a jury? I'll wait. And the investigation itself being what it is, it surprises me that the DA's office was like, yep. Not only do we think that this is a manslaughter case, but I think we should charge murder too as well. I think we should charge this as a intentional homicide. Okay. I don't know why that choice was made. We will see. I'm interested to see what the new accident reconstructionist says, but they filed this case based on Trooper Paul's accident reconstruction, which was a choice. I can see how they argue with manslaughter. I don't necessarily agree, but I just don't. I just don't know how we get to the murder too on the evidence that we saw at the last trial. And it is a job of the DAs to bring a case that they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Regardless of Karen Reed's actions, behaviors, level of intoxication, voicemail, they have to bring a case that they can prove. We'll see if we get there this time. I don't know if we will. But there have been some better days in court for the Commonwealth than there were last trial. This day went not well. This day went not well for the Commonwealth. All of that, law nerds, it's so good to be here. I appreciate all of you. And I will see you, well, tomorrow for court, because it's a long day. And we've got a cross-examination to start the day with. So bring your coffee, unless it is not a coffee appropriate time of day for you. And then bring a snack, bring a drink, and we are going to go to court tomorrow. Law nerds, thank you. I will see you soon. Don't forget to get the gap. We're out. I am. Yep. That was a day in court, wasn't it? Hey there. I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker. And Emily Girl, that's not the outro. We're not starting over. It's like aloha. You just start all over. No, ma'am. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.